doing that. I'm live. Oh, it's an excellent connection now. Oh, okay. I see how it works on YouTube. They don't count the bitrate until you hit the go live button. So I thought that it was broken before it started, but it's just telling me that it hasn't started yet. So there we go. Let me check if there's any weird stuttering. If anybody wants to let me know how things are going in terms of levels. If you guys have any issues with volume or anything like that. Hopefully that's not something that shows up in the VOD. But yeah, there's, this is going to pick up over time, hopefully, where people will start watching and we'll get an audience going and things like that and get that sort of snowball going. But for now, I will be streaming into the void, and that's just part of being a content creator sometimes, is that you just end up streaming into the void. So let me actually pull these out. Let me refresh this page because it is a little bit wacko. Oh, it's looking at the wrong stream. That's very interesting. There we go. I don't know how YouTube handles live streaming. This is my first time really trying it. It might go disastrously. It might be good. It might be bad. Is there a way to actually hide this? I think that's fine. I think everything's working. There definitely does seem to be a discrepancy between when Twitch is showing stuff and when YouTube's showing stuff. I'll probably end up focusing on one more than the other. I apologize. Let me go ahead and put some of these things on my desk away. Okay, check up on my phone. It's been a long time since I've live streamed something. I mean, I did a test stream on this channel, but this channel is actually the sort of repossessed ghost of a channel. During COVID, oopsies, I I live streamed during COVID. That was a lot of fun. That was before I was really in the games industry per se, or trying to participate in it. And it was like just let's play stuff. I think I did some keyboard builds, some hobby projects. I mean, during quarantine, everybody was just kind of all over the place doing everything. So that's kind of where we're at. But the goal of today, and I guess of the stream going forward, is that I'm leading a small team, developing an indie game project. We've been working at it for the better part of 6 months. And it's not that I've really wanted to keep it a secret, because those who know me, like friends and family that I talk to in person, they do know that already they already know that I'm working on this. They know that I've been working on this like for a while now. And some friends and family have even gotten the opportunity to play test the early builds of the game. But yeah, it's been interesting getting to the point where me and the rest of the team are talking about like, hey, do we think it's ready to show off to people? And I guess this kind of speaks to the team of like, there's that eternal struggle of people got to know about the game, people got to know about what we're working on, but also like we want it to be in a like a good representative state for us of like just not polished enough. Wow, we could get more art into it. The gameplay's not super solid yet. It's like I just got to get these changes in. And the 2 weeks leading up to GDC, I know, are going to be really important. I'm going to be out at GDC, and I just thought I'd kind of rip the band-aid off. I think we have gotten to a point where we're really happy with gameplay, and these next 2 weeks are all about getting the graphics and the art and stuff up to a point where we're happy with that. And as well as the sound. When I talk about art, I'm also going to be handling the sound and composing. So for anybody who wants to be a video game composer, you're going to see me pretend to do that on stream. Maybe poorly, maybe not. Um, so yeah, that's kind of where we're at. It's time to show people what we've been working on. Um, Both to get people excited if it's something the kind of game that they want to see, and to like help us find the right people that want to support the project and things like that. Um, so this week is an art focused week, and this is actually my weakest sort of this is my weakest area of kind of competence when it comes to game development. For those who don't know, um, I got my degree in music composition, and I got that degree with the intention of becoming a video game composer. So that's something that I am very much the most comfortable with in terms of like a development process. Secondly, this I didn't go to any formal like school or training for this, but I've been programming for the better part as like a hobby, tinkerer, all that sort of stuff. When it comes to participating in small little game jams and working on little hobby projects or just like little experiments and stuff like that, or even just learning a bunch of things from online courses and whatnot. Since high school, I've had a sort of just personal interest in learning about computer programming, coding, and all that stuff. So that's, I guess, would be my second most practiced discipline in the world of game development. Thirdly is game design. I actually am really confident in that, even though it's not something I have a ton of experience with. I guess that's probably one of those kind of disciplines that can be a little bit more amorphous in terms of what makes a good game designer versus what makes a bad game designer. How you get experience as a game designer isn't always as straightforward in terms of pathways. I think nowadays now you could go to a school or a college for game design. That's super like most well-known universities are starting to open up programs that aren't just like school clubs and stuff. When I was in college, it was kind of on the precipice of that. Some really big schools with really big media and arts programs would have a track that is geared towards specifically game development. So that included design, music, sound. Obviously, I had a lot of overlap with the programming side of things. But at the school I was at and stuff like that, it wasn't like official yet. You would see, I don't know, like a club. It'd be like, oh, we have a game development club, and a lot of the STEM engineers and programmers would participate in it because it was cool and fun. And I actually never participated in that. Um, but now when I attend conferences like GDC and Game SoundCon and things like that, um, it's just really cool to see the students that are coming in from different universities, and they're like, yeah, I'm basically like, I get to have a video game development major. I guess it's also folded in since game development is so multidisciplinary. Like, um, becoming a video game writer obviously ties a lot of connections to like a writing degree, or creative writing or something like that. Obviously, for the music and sound thing, it ties into a music degree or some sort of audio engineering degree for sound design and whatnot. Um, and there's a lot of other aspects. I think we're getting an ad soon, so I'll keep on rambling. There's some other aspects that, the art, 3D art, 3D modeling, hard surface modeling, 2D art, concept art, animation, both 2D and 3D. Those, like, I think everybody at the sort of university level is kind of recognizing, like, oh, this is an industry that we could prepare people to pursue a career in. It's more legitimate now than it's ever been, and so you'll see people coming into college, coming into these conferences, being like, "Oh, my college actually paid for me to come to GDC," it's part of my capstone project or something like that. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I wish that was an opportunity for me. And maybe it was if I had gone to like a private school or something like that. I know like DigiPen University was around when I was in high school. Completely unattainable for me from a financial perspective. Um, oh, we got 90-second ads. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep on rambling and then we'll get to Blender. And then I'm going to put together a sort of plan for what we ought to do. Um, but yeah, that's so when it comes to game design, like maybe I could have read up on some books and stuff like that. But it's one of those things that I really think I only feel confident in because of the games that I've consumed and the depth of video games I've played. I don't think anybody really wants to hear that me talk about how much I love video games. Like that's probably implied if you go on to make video games. You better love video games. Um, but also the fact that I love playing a wide variety of video games, um, to the point where it gives my friends a bit of whiplash, where it's like, oh, like I want to play so much Counter Strike, I want to get really good at it. I have a lot of hours in that, and that's probably a very likely story for anybody who's like a hardcore Call of Duty player or something like that, or hardcore like FIFA, 2K, or Madden or something like that, where some people will focus in, and the game they'll play a lot of game singular, no S. They will play a lot of one game, so they are a hardcore gamer. They have hundreds of hours in Call of Duty, and I think what gives my friends whiplash is I will do that and a lot of other things in terms of like the kind of tastes and genres I like in games. So I like hardcore first person tactical shooters like Counter Strike. I haven't played it recently because I haven't really been playing very competitive games. I really enjoy sim racing. I have like a basic Logitech wheel, and I before I was getting really heavily into this, I was playing a lot of Automobilista 2 online. I really love indie games. I mean, me and my friends, we always get together whenever we can. And our default game right now is like Lethal Company. We threw a bunch of mods in it to kind of make it more digestible for us because the stock experience can be a bit frustrating and buggy. Um, and what's another game? I was literally just playing last night the demo for Moves of the Diamond Hand by Cosmo D, the creators of like Off Peak, Norwood Suite. Um, so yeah, that already just hits upon a bunch of different places to be, um, and that kind of makes a lot of the people I know that are like self-identified gamers. I know that sounds pretty cringe to say, but people who really enjoy video games as a pastime of theirs, they do have a very strong preference for a certain type of thing. Friends that really love action style games, or friends who are really into the Soulsborne, Elden Ring style games and stuff like that. And it's like they will kind of focus in their attention on one specific genre because it's to their liking. It really resonates with them. And I'm kind of the person who's like, well, what about this weird game? What about this weird story? I kind of do not really discriminate as to the type of game that I'd want to play. I'm down to learn and play from them all. And as we go into these next 2 weeks of me developing this game, you will probably notice that that's what kind of is implanted into the DNA of this game, is that it comes from a bunch of different, very weird inspirations. So before anything, I should probably talk about the game. The 90 seconds is probably up. Let me bring up a browser. Let me see here. This is actually part of what I'm going to be streaming, is the fact that this website has a lot of placeholder art. So let me share my screen with you guys, right? And I can get my face up there. I also have a Twitch alerts box. I should probably show those and get all these up. Sorry, just doing a little bit of maintenance there. All right. So this is the official website for the game. It's got so much placeholder art, and this art focus is going to be a mix of art that's going into the game, art that's going to exist outside the game, such as on this website. We have the Team Applesauce website, and this is lairbylairgame.com. And You could see that Layer by Layer is a relaxing, open-ended RPG in a solar punk world where you use your 3D printer to make your villagers happy. That could probably use a little bit more workshopping. Um, but this is like, there's just like a screenshot of like the first prototype of the game in the back here. That's been updated severely. You guys will probably see that as I'm working in the game. You've been hired as the new printing engineer for a brand new village. With a workshop and 3D printer, you'll need to make creations that will both bring the other villagers joy as well as help the community thrive. I'll keep on reading through these bullet points. These are basically what I was using. This was like a sort of template for what the Steam page will have in terms of the text content. So there's like these kind of features bullet points. Features, start a new community. As your villagers become happier, word will spread that your new village is the place to be. Foster friendship with the unique and interesting characters that will come to stay in your village. Grow and harvest resources. In this solar punk world, you'll be learning how to coexist with nature by nurturing your surrounding environment and practicing sustainability. Control the 3D printer to craft things for your village. Explore your creativity and your problem-solving skills when 3D printing objects and furniture for your fellow villagers. So this is one of those things where this game is inspired by a lot of inspirations. In terms of other video games, inspiration I guess I've been talking about is something like World of Goo. World of Goo 2 came out not too long ago and was a blast. The fact of just building up a sort of structure with physics-based objects is fun. This is going to be in 3D because it's 3D printing, as opposed to World of Goo 1 and 2 being 2D games pretty strictly. So yeah, that's one of the main inspirations. There's going to be basically two modules that we're developing that kind of tie together the game. So there's the 3D printing aspect. That's like a crafting system, but the crafting system is the largest part of the game. So it's like, well, it's not the largest part of the game. Let me rephrase. It's a major part of the sort of gameplay loop. There's basically two gameplay loops. There's going to be the 3D printing, and I call it a mini game because it exists inside of an overworld, and the overworld's going to be very similar to something like, I don't know, like Hello Kitty Island Adventure just came out and stuff like that. If anybody has played My Sims for like the Nintendo Wii, where you're like a carpenter and you build furniture for the other Sims in the village, it's different than the like mainline Sims games. It was much more cartoony, much more kid oriented. And frankly, I only know about this game because I rented it from Blockbuster when I was a kid. So that's definitely a blast of the past. But it definitely was like, hey, I need a table, I need a chair. You're a carpenter. Can you assemble like blocks of wood, basically, and snap them together? It was like IKEA building, like furniture building simulator before like simulator games were really taking off in that sense. And yeah, it seemed like a it probably wasn't for me at the time because I was young and I was like an edgy teen. But yeah, it's something now that with my hobby of 3D printing kind of coming into play, it's something I want to try and make into a game. So there's that. Let's see. So that's the game's website. Here's the official website for the team. This is just a subpage of that. I just bought the domain. This has so much work to do. So the next 2 weeks is going to be about kind of getting these things in line, and then helping out with assets for what's going in the game. So about like that's me. There you go. Thank you Squarespace for all these stock images of like the team. Yeah, and that's something where I'll have to get headshots. I think some of the other team, like the artists and the programmers, have submitted like their own headshots and stuff like that. I just haven't. I've been focused on developing the game itself. I haven't really taken the time to to put this all into the website. So that's something that from the director standpoint I gotta get onto. Okay, so let me I'll just leave this loaded here on this page. people to see. So these gaps between these bits of text are going to be screenshots or GIFs of gameplay and characters and art and things like that. So I guess there's space for at least two. Maybe this title screen will get worked on later at some other point in time. But yeah, that's what's going on there. Let's take a look at the actual game. So this game is developed in the Godot engine. This is the Godot mono engine. Ignore all the other projects that have been sitting in here. Probably put that over there for now. And then I'll drag it over when it's loaded up. Cool. I should probably get into the habit of making sure I don't just willy-nilly add things to the stream monitor and just put things on the other monitor. And this project takes a hot minute to load. I can just start up and I can just do a run through of the game and talk about it as I play it, just to get people a sort of idea of what the game is about. So if I just hit the play button here, I'm just going to run the project in full. This is using the .NET compatible version of Godot. The primary reason for that is that a lot of my programmers have basically been very comfortable working in Unity. So yeah, like they're very, very comfortable with the C# language and stuff like that. I don't mind using GDScript C#. I try and go in between as best as I can. I'm definitely not as strong of a C# programmer than my programming team. I kind of just go in and do some of the more cursory items, and then they do a really good job of refining it during their refactor passes and things like that. Our project is a mix of both GDScript and C#, depending on when the situation calls for it. Although our next refactoring will probably try and more strictly put those into boxes. Speaking of which, I need to let them know that I'm down to work. So these streams will also involve a fair amount of co-working, whether that means we're just like quietly working in the same Discord server together, or we're actively bouncing off ideas in terms of design and art and whatnot. A little bit of flicker on the preview at the top there. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe I should turn this into like a windowed mode, and then I will just kind of do that. Yeah, it seems to kind of get rid of the flickering. Yeah, I'm a Linux user and stuff is going to be janky. That's going to add to the charm of the stream for sure. So let me just get on the Discord really quick. Here, I'll do that. That's going to be on my second monitor really quickly. Actually, do I have Discord open right now? Oops, I don't even have it open. Is that going to launch on the primary screen? Please don't. I should probably just go to black screen when I do that. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, I got some messages to respond to. I guess let me take a second to get that done. So all of these. Yeah, let me get some messages out to see if anybody wants to co-work. Severe weather conditions. Doesn't look like it's. Is it gonna rain today? Didn't seem like it was. Let me check the weather also. The world is conspiring to make this stream chaotic. I don't see any rain predicted. Severe storm alert? Or is that later in the week? Oh, I'm seeing some rain. That's not till the evening. It's not a lot. I'm here in California. This shouldn't be too crazy. Snow? Wait, it's gonna snow on Friday? That's kind of insane. I'm in San Bernardino, by the way. Yeah, that's kind of nuts that it would snow here. Alrighty. Sorry for the let me check our storage server. Ah, oh, okay. Gotta reply to my lead artist really quick. Okay, sorry. Turns out when I live stream work, it's going to it's going to involve me doing some message sending and stuff like that. What's up, Tevon? Long time no see. Yes, this channel was named quite differently. And that was a yeah. Now it's a game development live stream channel. So just getting some of the preliminary stuff and kind of house cleaning done right now. But yeah, hope everything's going well. And let me bring this up. Okay, you're just gonna hear some Discord noises from me. I'm gonna let my team know. I guess I should also be linking the YouTube live stream as well. I don't even know what this stream would be under. Let me see here. Let me go to this so I don't leak anything. How do I share a YouTube live stream? That seems like that would be important, right? Share it. Ah, there's a share button. I knew that was gonna be somewhere. Only 3D printing I can get behind is printing pieces for board games. I found a couple interesting cases for 3D printing. I mean, if you followed me during the COVID times during quarantine, and keyboards were my hobby. So I actually have like I was into keyboards and building keyboards and customizing them, and then got into 3D printing as like a way to kind of make it less expensive because the keyboard hobby gets so crazy expensive at times. So this is a keyboard I have that I've 3D printed. Actually, both of the keyboards that are on my desk right now have 3D printed cases. So this is like a really small portable wireless split board. I guess I should hold it this way for the camera. I got these guys here. This keyboard design is called the Microdocs. This is like a really tiny, really kind of limited board, but it's really small, so it's wireless, and that kind of increases its portability. I designed this case in like a CAD software. I think it was Onshape, and then sent it off to the 3D printer. What was nice about the 3D printing process was I could design something, print off like a version of it or a draft, and then check if the units and the measurements were lining up with like the screw holes for the PCB and things like that. So this took a couple of iterations, but because 3D printing is relatively cheap, you know, it's kind of that part of the process. Another part of this was, since I wanted this to be able to be thrown into like a bag of some sort, I also printed like a top cover. So here's the keyboard, and you could see the profile actually has the rim of it go up and over. And then is this the right case for this? Yeah. And then this case just goes over it. I added a little cutout so that I could charge it even when the case is covered. Added rubber feet on both sides, mainly because you could take the case off, and instead of just having this free floating case, it actually just sits underneath the other half, if I'm doing this correctly. So take the case off of one half and then kind of sit on the bottom of the other. So now I just have this sort of portable guy. It's not particularly a good keyboard for gaming. I think some people get away with it, and sometimes if I'm really lazy, I'll get away with it. But the big part of it is that there's no like number row. This keyboard specifically doesn't have a number row, and it doesn't have modifier keys like shift or control. You could see right here, this is the QWERTY side of the keyboard. So let me get this in front of my face. It's literally just the alphabet. I think on the left, oh, this is like weird because I'm looking at it from another perspective. You've got the space bar, you've got basically the equivalent of the Windows key or the super key or the whatever you call it on Mac, and then another key that I have bound to like Alt. So that requires a little bit of rebinding magic, right? So yeah, that leads into the video game. I will show you the video game. So that's what I'm gonna do after sending a message to my fellow coworkers here. I'm also open to co-working for the next 4 hours. I could show you my crazy keyboard, the one I'm literally typing on now. I'm not typing on that tiny Bluetooth keyboard. And then I'll do a little playthrough of our current state of the demo. So this keyboard is actually insane. If someone looks at it, I probably shouldn't. I have to unplug it to show it, but now that's also kind of doubles up as my mouse. So this is my crazy, I'm a Twitch streamer that does programming keyboard. So can I even fit this in this like portrait mode camera? So this is another split keyboard. And it's like a very ergonomic sort of curved experience. So my hand is like, it's like a little cradle for my hand. And it took a lot of getting used to. This is weird, and I understand a lot of people who aren't into keyboards or whatever, or are just into like their standard gaming keyboards. Like, if this ain't for you, this ain't for you. It took getting used to. But this whole case is 3D printed, so that's how it's related to this, because this design is like, would be kind of a pain to mass produce, I'm guessing. But also the I guess you're a really angry gamer for all your keyboard being smashed in half. Yeah, the rage. So it's just like I don't know. It helps with my posture. So like with the keyboard being split, I don't have to have my hands like bunched up together, right? So there's that. I mean, I guess if I really wanted to game and I'm playing something like a first-person shooter, I might not need the right-hand side of the keyboard. I might just need the left, so that opens up for more desk space. So say like you're playing, you have like a low sensitivity on your mouse or something, so you want a large mousing surface. Like that's kind of one of the advantages of this. Imagine just being able to bring this to a LAN with a mouse. Speaking of mice, last 3D printing tangent, I have modified my mouse to. Oh, let's get that in focus. I hopped on the hype train of ultralight mice. So this Logitech G305 just got absolutely butchered for the sake of peak performance, I guess you could say. I designed this, and it makes the mouse extremely light. I also, because it can't fit the AA battery anymore, I had to find like a LiPo battery. You could see that with the red cable there. I kind of want to bring this to GDC just to show people. It's like, if I make a game about 3D printing, like, it's cool to kind of show a bunch of 3D printing stuff. But if I travel with this thing, I'll get in trouble. Like I don't think I could take this on an airplane. Like, I will get in trouble. So that's not gonna happen. So let me get the screen share back up. Too lazy to do like a specific window capture. Although this would probably be better performance. So let me do this. Let me load up the game here. Where is it? Layer by layer. Yeah, so here's the window for the game. And then let me plug back in this keyboard. But yeah, that mouse is super light. Sometimes when I nudge it, it will spin around completely. Oh, speaking of mice, this keyboard, what's cool about it is it has a trackball built into it too, so I don't necessarily have to use the mouse when I'm doing things that aren't related to gaming. I really love trackballs. I love not having to move my hand from my keyboard back and forth to go click on things. Um, so yeah, that's this keyboard is kind of like a does it all. So right now I'm actually using the trackball. It's kind of hard to see with the cable and stuff. But if I move this trackball, it moves the mouse on the screen. Um, so yeah, let's look at this game. This is the game that I've been working on with my team. The whole reason why I'm doing a bunch of development is actually primarily because there's so much placeholder art in the game that needs to be replaced. My brother-in-law uses a large trackball mouse. Yeah, it's nice. It's like, especially since I have this like desk where I have like a drawer, I don't have a lot of space to sweep around the mouse. So there you go. Let's take a look at this game. I'll just do a little quick demo of the demo. This is gameplay wise, it's basically all there, but art wise, it's very much so not there. This is all placeholder content, I guess, with the exception of the character models, which could use more refinement because I just kind of put these guys together really quickly. Yeah, that's here's the before, where it's in a relatively unfinished state, and I guess we will take a screenshot or stream of the after the day before GDC to see how far it's come. So this is going to be a sort of in progress type thing, right? So we're going to talk to Gigi here, who is the NPC that you'll be talking to in the demo, right? Gigi's going to say hello, and then the game's going to crash. Oh, is my computer going to crash? Wait, what's going on here? Ah, dang. There's a bug here. I got to tell my programmer. I do remember this happening. Yeah, that's fun. We got 2 weeks to figure that out. 1 second here. Whoa, okay. It's back. I heard a sound. Is the stream cutting out? Because my screen is definitely having a hard time with this. Am I still alive? Can you guys see the stream? I wonder if running it in a window is it's throwing a fit. Dang. Okay, let me you can see the stream still. Okay, the game is completely frozen. Can you guys see the text? um Yeah, let me try and switch windows or get the mouse focus out. Because I remember encountering this. I had to delete old files. It's okay, it says hello. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I guess also this could actually be my keyboard. Yeah, my keyboard is having trouble responding. I don't know how. Oh, okay, cool. I could get out of the game. Let me get into the editor. Oh, did it go? It went. Okay. Let me check on the editor. Oh, we're in monocle mode, which probably makes things even more confusing. There's a file that I need to delete from an older version. So give me a second on that here. I'll have to talk to maybe my programmer will hop on and we could tackle that bug and you guys could see some live bug fixing. But there is like our save file system is pretty interesting. It saves into it has to save onto your like a certain part of your file system, obviously, so that you could pull up the same like your progress and all that stuff. But I will for now just kind of start a new game per se and just get rid of the user data here. I should honestly, some of this stuff is probably held over. I should probably just delete this entire folder of user data here. Okay, let's try this again. I do remember that this had crashed before, just in that exact same way. So let's try and see if the game will run for real this time. And let me get the screen share. I should probably just share my screen. Yeah. because I'm going to be going in and out of the editor. I'm not going to be able to change focus from one window to another. I'm going to run this window just so it's easier to get out of, just in case, but I'm going to maximize it for you guys. There we go. Yeah, there's something weird that happens, something regarding like it writing to our save system or something like that. But this should have maybe fixed it. Let's give it a try. Yes. Okay. We're beyond the point where it seems to want to break there. There's some sort of check that we're doing that's having issues. I will start reading the text. My bad. I'm so used to testing this game and just blowing through the text because I'm trying to find another feature. For now, you'll be working with me. My name's Gigi, by the way. You've been hired. Oh, I'll wait for the ad, actually. Yeah. Let me wait for that to pass. Enjoy your Bezos promotion. Encoding overloaded. Considering turning down video settings. I wonder I wonder if my GPU is having a bit of a moment too, trying to run the stream. But we'll wait for ads. We got 35 seconds. Just chilling out. I guess we could just chat. I don't know if this is one of those ads where it like plays quietly and you could see me on the top right or something like that. I don't know how Twitch works anymore. It's changed so much since I last started streaming. But yeah, that's gonna be the case. Cool. Yeah, 10 seconds, and then we'll continue on. Yeah, I think my GPU is struggling to stream on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. I wonder if there's a way I could tweak the quality settings. Okay, Gigi says, you have been hired as the printing engineer for our new village. You'll be responsible for building things that bring our citizens joy and attract more potential residents to grow our town into the next hubbub. That line probably could use some editing. I'm the writer. I'm not a good writer. Luckily, this game is super like lighthearted, and so I don't have to write very serious dialogue, or put together like a super. This isn't going to be like The Last of Us. Like that's your heads up there. One moment. It seems like I can't pull up your resume, so I can't see how much work experience you have. Is this your first time on the job? So this is like leading into the tutorial. Since this is a playtest, and the majority of the demo is the tutorial, I'm not gonna let them just skip that because then the demo would be way too short. So for testing purposes, this will be here. But for the full game, you'll be able to say, I've I've played this before. So I'm gonna click yes. Great. There's one minor snag though. In order for you to be able to be our printing engineer, you'll need proper certification. No worries though. I can access the training course data as well as the certification test. Step on over to the printer and we can get you started. And then I'll need to add some sort of waypoint because the printer just looks like a couple rectangles. It's right over here. We're going to be changing the layout of this room as well to make things a little bit more clear. Let's get to it. Okay, level transition. When the screen goes black, sometimes I'm afraid the game freezes. Here she is. Now, I'll be honest, this printer has seen better days. When it was time to start this village, it seemed like a good idea to reuse someone else's printer rather than get a brand new one. This is all like subtle, maybe not so subtle. It's like a solar punk world that we're going to aim for in terms of the style. So the message of solar punk as opposed to something like cyberpunk is not necessarily a utopia, but a future in which society has kind of lived more in harmony with like nature and like kind of thinking about renewable sustainable things. 3D printing tends to align its views with that, with the makerspace of like trying to treat the world with respect, and it's like when we're making stuff that it's like kind of in a sort of conscious manner. So reusing a model seems to, reuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and it should be in that order. A lot of people just like do the recycling thing, which is great. But actually the best way to prevent like waste is to not use so much, right? And then if you have to, then to try and find something to reuse and repurpose. So that's going to be a big informer on the art style of our game. Yeah. So luckily, the age of this model might actually work to our benefit. Over the years, other printing engineers have taken the time to tinker and develop various upgrades and additions for this printer. In the future, it should be possible for you to add various upgrades to this printer as well. So that's something that's not included in the demo, but it's a sort of hint as to the full game of its sort of RPG mechanics. Is that this printer kind of starts as like a junker printer. It's old, it's repurposed, it's not up to date with like the most modern stuff, but you can unlock upgrades, or you can get upgrades like made and attach them to the printer, as well as upgrade to different kinds of printers for different kinds of jobs. So that's like the sort of tech tree, I guess. That's not in this demo, but it's definitely something that we're considering from the design from the ground up. Alrighty. Alrighty, give me a second to pull up the tutorial data. It's not going to be an idle game. You are controlling the printer. So you're going to see this. I'm going to go through some of the flavor text. Welcome to your brand new FFBS 2000. This state-of-the-art FDM 3D printer is your entry into the wonderful world of 3D printing. Blah, blah, blah. Here we're going over the controls. I'm probably going to start skipping this text because it's pretty self-apparent. So you actually operate the printer by hand. That's something I haven't seen from a game that actually works with 3D printers. So I am actually like piloting the device. So this isn't actually like 3D printing where you upload a preset thing and it, you know, prints it kind of like how a real printer would do it. Actually, like you're gonna have like it's almost like you're a crane operator. And I guess that becomes very literal because one of the ideas further down the tech tree is that you get bigger and bigger printers and you're able to print bigger and bigger objects. So right now this is like furniture scale. Like you could print a vase, you could print a trash can or a table, and then you upgrade and you upgrade, and it's like, oh, I'm printing out rooms and houses and things like that, like bigger objects. So now we're going to go over elevation, right? This is how we go up into the 3D plane with the shift and control keys. There's also controller controls as well. So this tutorial is literally just about how to pilot this thing. And next we're going to be learning about extrusion. So you just learned how to move the nozzle, but you know how to actually make stuff with extrusion, right? So some of these terms are just drawn from actual 3D printers, right? You're going to be squeezing melted filament, melted plastic out through the tube. And that's how you're going to be building your objects. When you extrude with left mouse button, the printer will pause the filament. Oops, there's a typo there. When you extrude with that left mouse button, the printer will pause if the filament gets too close to the nozzle. My bad. Gotta catch that. Let's wipe the print bed and make a few shapes. So yeah, there are other games that are centered around like 3D printing or other industry type things, and it's about like the management side of things more so than the making side of things. And I thought it'd be fun to have a game that's more about making things rather than just running a farm. This isn't like, there will be a farming type thing as you'll see ahead, but it's not going to be along the lines of Factorio. It's going to be more along the lines of Animal Crossing Stardew Valley type stuff. Right, so I'm also going to make this circle. This is a little bit tougher on keyboard because you don't get analog controls. So I have to stair step this a little bit. And you can see that for this goal, it's green for when I'm right. And if I were to make a mistake, it's red for when I'm wrong. But the tutorial is super forgiving for now, and it'll still count that. You're basically a master of printing the first layer at this point, but all the shapes we've been making have been a bit flat. Let's move on to the 3D part of 3D printing. So next tutorial is actually just making stuff go up. Yeah, so I kind of reiterate that same line that had the typo. That's probably why I didn't catch the typo. You can take advantage of this when making towers by simply extruding high up in the air and letting gravity do the work for you. You'll know when the filament is stable when it becomes slightly darker. Here are some vertical towers for you. Give it a try. So yeah, we're going to go extrude some towers here. Right? And this is not how a 3D printer operates. At least an FDM 3D printer doesn't operate in this way. But for gameplay's sake, this is how you can do stuff. I guess you could technically do things quite literally by building up one layer at a time. Right? I could extrude a tiny bit. there for the first layer and then build it up. The game gives you quite a bit of freedom as to how you want to build things. So there's that. It's going to be mostly follow the line, or there will be new mechanics introduced along the way. For the demo, it's very much so a like kind of handheld experience. So there are like kind of constraints that are basically here's what you need to make and like try and make it. But when the full game is going to have different types of ways to kind of approach that, to kind of introduce some variety. So I guess like for example, if there was a character who came to the village and they said, I want a piece of furniture or I want a piece of like sculpture, but I honestly don't really care how it like looks or what shape it needs to be specifically. I want to kind of give you kind of creative liberties, and it'll be a more of a sandboxy type experience. So we just made an update to how we build bridges. Oops. I kind of went outside of the line there. I wonder if that'll count. Oh, I did that so badly. Okay, let's try this again. Can I go down here? But right now, yeah, for the most part, there's like a little 3D like goal. And that's mainly because I wanted to see like where we could push this kind of mechanic to its limits. This like physics simulation, all of this good fun stuff. So the tutorial especially is very much so make this shape and like kind of teaching the player how to reach some sort of level of understanding of how to build up these skills, right? There will be other instances in the full game of trying to improve on your efficiency. So can you make this in as little filament as possible while still completing the shape? Can you make this in as short a time as possible? Can you make this like, I don't know, as precise as possible as in terms of like not having a lot of things fall outside of the goal? So this is like kind of an update to bridging. Let's see if this still works. Oops. Yeah, so having to attach things sideways is kind of tough. So we kind of have, there you go, like trying to have it magnet. That's one of the things that gameplay-wise needs a lot of work is this whole process. I guess it's hard for real 3D printers as well. But yeah, we'll do more playtesting and things like that. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so those lines are turning out way better. This used to be a lot more kind of janky. There we go. Right. So now we're going on to kind of the next feature of this vertical slice. The filament or the FFBS 2000 is going to throw an error. Low filament detected. Please add more filament to continue with the print. I'll probably say filament run out. Looks like we've run out of filament. Filament is what our printer uses to make stuff, and we grow the raw materials on site. Luckily, we still have some extra corn growing out back, so this is actually the perfect time to show you how to harvest materials. And now, so we're going to transition to the overworld. This is really, really simple. Again, there's only some kind of instances of art coming in through. These trees were made like super haphazardly, and the grass is also super haphazard. So this is one of those before and after in these next 2 weeks to see how much we could improve on this. But this was mainly a gameplay first sort of demo. So this is more about making sure that this stuff works. So we're talking of, this is, I mean, if you've played a video game where you grow crops and then you harvest them, you already know how this works. You plant the seed, you know, this is like Stardew Valley, this is Animal Crossing type stuff. And so this stuff is used to kind of fuel the 3D printer. This should be enough corn to fill the 3D printer. Let's get back to the workshop. Right, so there's going to be an animation here of Gigi loading up the corn into the 3D printer. So that's the wonderful animation that I put together. Worked really hard on that. Looks like we're good to proceed. Looks like we've finished the instructional portion of the course. So this kind of marks the closing section of the tutorial. Next up is the certification exam. Go ahead and grab the controls. There are no controls yet. We haven't made them. We haven't modeled them in terms of putting them in the game. Welcome to the exam portion of your 3D printing engineer certification course. These next prints will be a test of all the skills you've learned so far. Your instructor will not be able to provide you with guidance on the remainder of the exam. The instructor will be able to judge your exam scoring based on print accuracy and efficiency, blah, blah, blah. Again, GG is not a patient robot. If you make the shapes good, you get awarded the certificate. Pretty straightforward stuff. Let's get right into it, and then GG will be like, wait. There's one bit I forgot to explain. There's no time limit on these, so take as much time as you want. Once you're done, park the extruder head over in the corner where the waypoint is. Got it? Good. You can get started for real now. So, in the real game, one of the design things that we had in the tutorial is we detect when the player has more or less finished the tutorial shape and automatically proceed. But in the full game, we didn't want to necessarily dictate when the player should stop working on a project. If they wanted to add lots of decorations, they could treat it like a sculpture or a painting. So we had to come up with like a system to where the player really decides when they're finished. So we just put a little waypoint on where to park this extruder head. So just one of those design things. At some point there will be challenge levels where it's like you have to make this shape in this specific amount of time, and then that will actually end your progress. Well, not your progress in like the game, but it will end the level for you when the timer hits 0 and stuff like that. That could be more extreme, or I guess more action based or hectic. Chaotic, I guess would be the term. So I'm doing this bin actually in like a pretty standard vase mode print where you're just spiral vasing up here. But as long as the filament ends up within the sort of guidelines of the shape, you will get awarded for this. I just found this way to be the sort of easiest for me. I guess it makes a lot of sense that it's easy for me because it's also easy for 3D printers to do the same thing. Oh, okay, there you go. I have to like kind of drop this in here. Oops, a little bit fell out of bounds there. Let me see if I could fill that in. Right, so I could keep going. If there really was a lot of stuff, like maybe I wanted to get this like kind of middle portion more filled in, I could. It's gonna be a little bit tough because it'll be blocked by the filament that's in there. I could just keep on doing this and keep on filling it in. Obviously there's no collision between the extruder and the print. That's gonna be something that we work on. I'm wondering if there'll be a case where the player could accidentally trap themselves in a cage per se. But yeah, so let's hope I get a good grade on this exam. This next section also needs a handful of touch up visually. So it's gonna ask you, are you finished? You could say no, right? Still need more time to complete your masterpiece. You can also restart and wipe everything with the R key, right? So if I do that, it's like a really easy way to just like start over. There will probably, well, we've talked about this amongst the team about getting this to be, you know, different abilities that you unlock through the course of upgrading your printer, like your ability to selectively erase certain things. I guess I could do this in like a traditional, like, I could do this one wall at a time as like another way to demonstrate building this. So instead of spiraling, I can just go here, go up a little bit, and just do this with all of the 4 remaining walls. I guess I forgot to explain that this is like a square like trash bin that we're building here. Or recycling bin, depending on what they need to use this for, what materials they need to dispose of. Or just a storage bin, I guess. Right? Let's put that there. Let's do that with all these 4 walls. Let's see which one looks the best. So can I get this here? Gotta improve the camera zooming so that's smoother. Oopsies. A little bit poured out there. So this is a physics-based simulation. This was worked on primarily by the lead programmer. Maybe he'll be down to co-work sometime this week. I guess I could just keep an eye on the Discord for our game, just in case. That wall turned out a little bit sloppier than the first wall. The first wall was really clean. I'm actually surprising myself. Okay, let's go up a little bit so it doesn't get blocked off. Yeah, doing this one wall at a time, it seems like a pretty stable way of building this up. Let's go up a little bit more. Probably be easier with an actual mouse. Using the trackball here does make things a little bit more complicated. Yeah, that's one way to do this. Pretty happy with that. Obviously, this bin has a few gaps. Get that little bit of extra filament out of there, right? So that's one way to do it. What's another way I could do it? I could do this with straight vertical lines. So let me fill in the square here. I could do an outline. This is probably how a real 3D printer would actually do this. Is they would do like an outline and then they would just kind of draw little strips that go across. So yeah, there is a shape that needs to be made, but I really like the idea of it being really open-ended on how you create this shape. Do I plan to release it on Steam? Add some hidden achievements for making secret shapes and symbols? That'd be crazy. That sounds like something that we could do. This is planning on being a Steam release first and foremost. I don't know if we have the resources. That's such a small studio. It's me as the director slash designer, and then I have 2 programmers and 2 artists. I do have a couple other friends that might help out on like the sound and music side of things or some other auxiliary art things, but yeah, it's me and 4 others primarily working on this, and yeah, like the plan is to release it on Steam. I would like to get, once the art's in for this, to have a demo so that when I go to the Game Developers Conference in 2 weeks, I could share this QR code to the official website, right? So I actually 3D printed little business cards. Let me go to that. Let me show you guys this little side tangent here. I 3D printed these with my own 3D printer. Little QR code. It's a little business card I'm going to be handing out because business cards are super popular at GDC. This goes to the official website for the game, and that will also have the Steam page. So the reason why I'm going to be focused so much more on art for the next week is because the Steam page requires you to have a certain type of like art assets for the web page for them to let you show it to the public. So we actually have it in like the system. I have the Steam page. It's got the title. It has like the sort of content tags, as well as like compatibility information, all the stuff that you need to have on your Steam store page. The thing that is really missing is the you have to have pictures. That's not something that's optional for a Steam store page. You have to have pictures of gameplay. It's also the the place where you see the trailer for the game when you load it up on Steam. And so that's why I'm going to be doing a lot of art stuff. So a mix of it is going to be art in the game. So like obviously these placeholder assets need to go for like the 3D printer. The fact that the 3D printer just lives in like a brown void is a little bit disconcerting to me. So we'll figure out how to project that into like the world. And then yeah, and then the game's going to be on Steam. I'll have a demo. I'll be walking around with my Steam Deck, promoting the game, showing people, seeing if either there's somebody who would like to partner to support the game from like a financial standpoint, or just get people to know that this game exists. Make sloppy Mona Lisa. I can try. There's a sandbox mode in this game, but frankly, because you could just wipe the board, I could just ignore the shape, and I can just make whatever shape I want. That's something I do for performance testing, is I will just make the craziest mess of spaghetti. How many colors? Right now, the color coding in the game of the filament is used for telling the player, like giving the player feedback on whether they're accurate. But for sure, there will be, I mean, we could literally put up like make it like Microsoft Paint, where you could put like a whole rainbow of colors. Right now, I think this will all show up as red because this will be technically be wrong. If I wanted to make the Mona Lisa, what's the Mona Lisa like? The Mona Lisa has a face. Let's do a face. It's gonna be so bad. Okay, and then there's gonna be two eyes, a nose, and a smile. Mona Lisa's famous for its smile. There you go. And then here's the hair. Goes down to the shoulders. You don't see the game. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry. I was showing off something else. See, I'm really bad at Twitch streaming still. I will still accidentally have something else up because I just get so caught up. So here's my Mona Lisa. I guess there's mountains in the background. The Mona Lisa has mountains in the background. There you go. You're regretting? You're regretting art. This is art. I have my degree. I have my bachelor's degree in art, although it's for music, but it's still considered an art degree. So, you know, this, I'm technically kind of qualified to call this really beautiful. And I could write a full 5-paragraph essay on what makes this art. Okay, so how else could we do this? You could do the pellets trick. There's actually kind of a decent way to do this, is to just actually drop pellets. Kind of looks like the printer's pooping though. Let's see here. It's kind of hard because the filament is quite sticky, like, so if you're not perfect, and because it's like a physics simulation, it's never going to be perfect, you'll yeah, you won't be able to get underneath stuff. And this is going to be even harder when we have collision between the extruder and the printed material. So you gotta kind of, you're gonna have lots of gaps. So yeah, and what's funny is for this part of the demo, yeah, there's actually no way to fail it. I probably should introduce like, oh, like this is below like a certain grade. You need to wait a bit for the filament to dry. Yep. Yeah, so that's what the color coding does, is when it's like darker color like that, you'll see it go from light to dark. That's how you know that it's actually solid. Otherwise, this ends up being like a, not actually a soft body. I think our entire physics simulation, I guess maybe it is. I have to ask the programmer again. It's a soft body that technically becomes super static as soon as it hardens. Obviously, doing like a real like simulation of melted plastic is such a weird material, and the physics simulations in games for like liquids and stuff like that have always been a little bit weird. It's always been really hard on performance and stuff like that. So really, like, props to the to my lead programmer for getting this to be as performant as it is, right? Oh, that's fun. Look at that. There's somebody promoting a link. Well, that's not somebody, it's a bot. Maybe, how do I delete that? Maybe I should delete that. Can I? I'm an admin. How do I do that? Let me go to this. That's it. That's how you know you're a big Twitch streamer now, is when you get bots spamming your chat. Is there a way for me to do this here? How do I mod stuff? Oh, here you go. I've marked that as suspicious. Don't go to that link. Do not. But how do I delete it? Turn on shield mode? There's a way for me to moderate, right? I'm the owner of this. Also, we're in an ad, so I can take this ad time to figure out how to be a better Twitch streamer. Becoming a better Twitch streamer. Let's see here. I'm just gonna Google this because I should have known. Twitch. How to delete chat message. For example, you could type delete message ID. Time to buy some viewers? No. I can't I can't afford to pay literally anybody anything. Delete. Yeah, straight up. I don't know how to do this. Pin message, no. And reply, no. Reply, can you please stop sending bots to my stream? Please and thank you. Show your subs, raids, activity here. I'm like looking at the Twitch like management dashboard. Edit stream info. Mod actions. Oh, maybe I should look at mod actions. Let me see. If they're restricted, that message should be gone now, right? Oh well. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll have to write ban. Oh, ban neutral constituency. That's a good idea. Ban. Is there like tab completion for this? That's like totally a bot name too. Just like a random 2-string of letters. Spam. This is ban neutral constituency for spam. Cool. Yay, and the message was deleted. Boom. Ad break is over in 10 seconds. That was the perfect time to receive spam. Was during an ad break. So that's great. And now we're back. Let me bring up the game and then actually change the screen back to screen capture so I'm not just talking into the void. I'm gonna do that so much. It's gonna be so embarrassing. I'm gonna be playing a game for a whole stream and I'll have my mic muted, I'll have the wrong screen up. It's all right. So let me actually, I don't know, I'll just submit this as is. I forgot to do the floor of this bin. I also just like totally extruded a bunch of extra stuff. I don't know, I'll just like throw a bunch of slop here. Yeah, is that a good enough grade? That's probably still going to be a passing grade. I'll probably still be over 70% or whatever. I'll probably make it that anything below 70% means you have to do it again. So GG's going to score our print. Ignore the fact that they're a bit biased. I got a score of 975, which I guess is 97.5, which is kind of crazy. So yeah. Let's see. I got a time bonus. So you get some bonus points. This is how the scoring works. Is we're kind of analyzing what is inside of that shape, what's outside of the shape. So accuracy plays into what's inside of the shape. Time, obviously, how fast you did it. If I took way too long, then it would be like you don't get a bonus for that. Probably goes higher if that time was shorter. And then efficiency, so how much filament I used. These are mainly like kind of debugging values. So these will kind of be made more into a more readable score format. But we got plus 41 for being pretty efficient on filament. I wonder how bad I would have to do in order to get rid of all bonuses. I would have to sit there going really slow. I would have to basically fill up none of the green and just have it all be red. And then I'd have to use as much filament as possible. So it'd be basically like the anti-shape. So now this next level, this one just throws you in. There's no like preamble from GG because it's just a test. It's like, just make this next shape. This is a table. I'll probably do some sort of thing where you actually see the table and it's flipped over state, or you take the player's print and you put it in the real world, because that's what the full game's going to do. Is like something like, oh, I need a table, I need a chair, I need a vase, I need a lamp, I need any combination of 3D printed stuff. You will actually basically like decorate people's homes for them. You'll be the 3D printing engineer for the village, and they'll say, hey, like, I want you to print me a little lamp for the living room. And then they'll ask you, it's like, oh, I kind of want it to look like this. I want it to be in this shape. And you get bonuses if it's my favorite color. So if you think about like Stardew Valley, how people have like favorite items and like items that they hate when you gift it to them, they'll be like, oh, I love purple. Purple's my favorite color. How did you know? Or whatever. You probably like talk to them. And if you talk to them enough, they'll start telling you about like their character, like their likes and dislikes and whatnot. And that'll kind of net you bonus points and you become closer friends with them. So this is the table. That seems pretty decent. And then we could get this this sort of printed object. We'll turn it into an object in the overworld, and then that'll be the way that people's houses get made. I guess if you want to, you could sabotage everybody and make like the ugliest furniture ever, and then your whole village is just full of ugly furniture. But I don't know if that'll attract more potential residents. So this is pretty good. Actually, I think 99.4. That was almost perfect. I don't even know if it's possible to get perfect. I guess it definitely is. If I could get that close and there's like gaps and stuff, then for sure it is. So that kind of leads to the sort of ending reason. Congratulations, you're now officially certified 3D printing engineer. Almost official. We have to sign the certificate. So this is like kind of a funny bit. This is actually inspired by Frog Fractions, where you get to sign a piece of paper. But since we have a 3D printer, we're obviously not going to do this with like a pen and pencil. We're going to use the 3D printer. So I'll try and sign this Team Applesauce. That'll be really long, but let me sign my name on here. This is going to be kind of a surprise to the player. Oh gosh, this is not going to be enough space to write Team Applesauce. I could write team. Oops. The M is really hard. Oh gosh, it's not going to fit. Can't even get the little cross for the A. I might need to hyphenate this. Team app. Hyphen. So there's a bit of this game that's like, it's kind of silly. Like, it's physics based, so you're always gonna have like that quap getting over with Bennett Foddy. Like, it's gonna be like, there's gonna be like a part of it where it's like, oh, it's gonna be a little bit funky. I find that fun. Okay, sorry, Gigi, you're oh, it says in Gigi instructor. I probably should just say Gigi. I should probably make up a full name for them, a full robot name. It should be like their serial number or something like that. There you go. That looks great. Team Applesauce. Right? That looks great. All right. Yeah, I'm ready to submit it. We have a system. I don't know. We've kind of like haven't re-implemented it because we're going to re-implement it in a better way, where this actually becomes hung up on the wall. So this is a certificate of completion, right? And it's going to capture your signature and all this stuff. I think you can see it here when it's previewed. This gets hung up on the wall. Which I think is just really funny, because for your playthrough, you just have this certificate that's signed. I don't even think I'm going to let you do the signature. Well, I'll let you do it over here. But once you confirm it and it's hung up on the wall, that's the certificate. It's like that forever. So if you do something and you just put like a smiley face, you're like, yeah, that's my signature. That's just your signature for the rest of the game. I don't know. We'll just take that signature. We'll start putting it on every other document as well. So I don't know. I could do my name. I could just write Tyler. Here we go. There we go. It's a lot easier to do big letters, straight lines. E is the hardest. E is crazy hard. This one, I'm surprised that E looks as good. Here we go. Sorry, I'm getting like Discord pings. I might need to check on my team to see if they want to get something done. Yeah, so I'll say yeah for now. This is actually the end of the play test that we have, so you'll see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and hang this on the wall with the record so everyone knows that you know your stuff. I don't remember. I think my programmer actually inserted that line into the dialogue. This concludes playtest 2. So this is the right now this is like playtest 2.1 build. Playtest 1 was like literally just the mini game and a little bit of overworld, like a tiny bit of dialogue. But this is um this is going to be probably the extent of the demo as well. Um in terms of like just like a handful of levels in the tutorial. This is mainly a vertical slice to preview at GDC. Um, if we get new content and it's like seems like it's fitting and matches like adds more length to the demo if people want to play a little bit more, then I'll probably add just like a few quote unquote real levels that aren't just a tutorial plus like a little tutorial plus area. But that unlocks the sandbox. So this gives you it's just literally an empty map right now. Um, and it doesn't even have the waypoint to show you like when you're finished, you just quit out. So this could probably use a little bit of work. For the sake of having this at like a booth at GDC or something like that, or just demoing it to somebody, this is where we could really just kind of show off the sort of simulation type stuff, right? So the fact that we have like this simulation, we could build up these towers. There's just so many possibilities with this system that the game really, like I describe this all the time, the game really like tends to design itself. So in terms of like the things you want to make, obviously the game opens up with the premise that you want to make objects for people, like such as like furniture and whatnot. But there's so many other things. Like if you just think of the world of 3D printing in the real world, there's a lot of things that people do with it. So it really lets us kind of be sort of a I don't know how to describe it. Like a game that gets to be a bunch of other little games. So I don't know, like say like leading into that Stardew Valley aspect. Oh, there's like a fishing mini game. Let's 3D print lures and stuff for fishing. I guess like the idea of putting plastic into the ocean is not a good one. So we'll make up a material that's like friendly. It's like made out of, I don't know, like fish bones or something. We could use that as the crafting material. And so it like makes sense that it belongs in a sort of fishing setting. Um and then also that means you have to fish more to improve your like fishing, crafting, whatnots. It's fictional. I mean, I don't know if anybody's actually 3D printing fish. Um, but in this world, we can make it that way because why not? So it's like, oh, if you 3D print the level 2 fishing lure with level 2 fish feed or something, like you grow it in your farm or aquarium or something like that, and then all of a sudden you have that material just readily available. Say there's a villager that comes in and their hobby is RC cars or RC planes, and they're like, we need you to make these parts for my RC plane or whatever. Or, I mean, I guess you could just say it's a fictional world. We don't have to be limited to just RC stuff. It's like, oh, I fly a real plane. And you have a giant plane sized 3D printer. I need a new propeller. Like, do you think you can make that for me? And then it's like, you have to make like a propeller for like a plane or a helicopter or something like that. Oh, I need you to this is like a present. Like you can print presents and gift them to the villagers. I guess that's kind of, you'll probably already be able to do that because they'll be ordering stuff. But yeah, that's there's so many possibilities. Like literally the game, like I said, it really does manage to just design itself. So I thought, first of all, why hasn't someone done this before? Maybe somebody has and I couldn't find it. Like that's totally real. But on Steam, there's not a 3D printing game that's like this. There's a 3D printing game that's more on the like simulator management side of things. And that's definitely not, like, sure, it's the same topic, but it's not the same game. So I was kind of surprised. I was surprised that there's not even like some sort of prototype or early access demo of a game that does something like this. Maybe because this whole simulation thing is kind of tough, and there's a lot of optimization. So if you're seeing the game's frame rate dropping, that's happening on my end because the game is chugging. Like this sort of like soft body simulation in like the Godot game engine is like um it's not easy to run. I mean, we get it to run on the Steam Deck, which is our sort of target like baseline. So the game's going on Steam. I own a Steam Deck, so I want it to be able to be accessible for those who play on Steam Deck. It's like a good kind of lower end target, and so that frame rate drops pretty hard right there. As soon as stuff becomes static again, then the frame rate's back to normal. Um, that also could be because VSync's on, and so frame rate's just going to be capped. If I disable VSync, it will probably still drop just as low, but it also run a lot smoother on the high end. But since this stream is running at a max of 60 frames per second, that doesn't really matter. When I load it fresh, this is like, I'm pretty sure this game runs at like over 300 frames per second on my PC. Given my PC is a lot stronger and more powerful than something like the Steam Deck, right? Or like another handheld gaming device. If we were, I mean, I guess everyone's probably developing in preparation for the release of the Nintendo Switch 2. And I don't know if that thing's any faster or more powerful than the original Nintendo Switch. So, you know, porting it over, would we be able to hit like a sort of performance target for it? Would be tough. Would it be faster than the Steam Deck? If it's more powerful than the Steam Deck, then I guess that kind of takes care of itself, where we target the Steam Deck, and then the Switch 2, if we ever were to be able to release for it, it would work fine because it would be much more, I don't know, powerful or something like that. Not sure. I haven't been keeping up with that stuff really. So I don't know, what's a shape I could draw? I could draw. You could like paint. You could use this as a painting surface. I mean, that's what the signature bit was about. But what's like a 3D shape that I could make? I could make a tree. Let's do a tree. So I'm gonna do like a bunch of roots here. Like kind of coming out of the tree. And then I will have to make like a trunk. Oh, maybe the trunk should be a spiral bit. Like, this is gonna look like a clump. But then I'll add branches out to the top. Right? So then I add some branches. Let me see if bridging will work on that. So if I go out here like this is like just gonna look like a guy just holding up his arms for a second. Hold on. Hello. Looks like an octopus person. Let's add another branch to this. That. Just add some branches. Let's get creative. So this is like creative mode in this game, which is something that now we're not limited by having to just follow somebody's shapes. What would be kind of interesting, I guess this is something that's totally possible, but I had to talk to my programming team about, is user created content. So the files used to make the levels are pretty simple. Like I mean, you saw the shapes were not super complicated. Technically, if we kind of do the building of the game properly, people should be able to create their own levels. But also maybe a way to create the level is by just letting them make them in sandbox like this, and then say, hey, like try and copy what I did. If you're like a speedrunner, you could say, I made this tree in 2 minutes. Can any of you guys make this tree in like less than that? Or I use this amount of filament, whatever, like a leaderboard type thing, if you're competitive. But also just to share, it's like, oh, like I wanted to do something that's Halloween themed or whatever, so I made like this Halloween tree set. Sandbox will probably come with like different colors and whatnot. Let me add some leaves. Oops, it's fall, I guess, because some of these leaves are falling off of here. So yeah, so many possibilities. There's just so many possibilities that I would still be very surprised if someone hasn't done this before. I guess something else that's similar to this is Dreams. Have you ever played Dreams on the PlayStation? Like the PS4? It was like a game it was like an experience generator where players would create experiences, and they would be creating the content inside of the game, inside of its own like little Dreams engine. It actually did kind of look like this, where everything had this sort of tube shape. they used like some weird rendering thing to make it look more surreal. Like it looked like everything looked a bit fuzzy. Um, and that had like other things like you could like program and stuff basically. Like you could program behaviors so you could make like a FPS or something like that. Yeah, like let me let me show you. Let me see if I could just like look it up. Yeah, let me just look this up. Sony Dreams. I don't know if it was Sony that actually made the game. PS4 Dreams. Let me see about making this one a little bit bigger. Uh, yeah, someone made like a straight up first person shooter of this game. But you could make these objects. People are like making a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, there's like a programming and scripting thing. But it's all about like making a hub. This is kind of more of what the original game looks like. So that's what I was talking about with everything looking like really fuzzy and painterly. You use the PS4 controller, its motion controls, to basically act as like a sort of wand that would paint in the air. Um, I actually never played this game either. I actually never had a PS4, but holy cow, people are making really crazy looking stuff. Um, so I guess this could be the closest I could think of, but this is more about not necessarily. It's not a cohesive world with like its own story or anything like that, or its own like characters. It is more of a like I guess like for lack of a better word, a sandbox where people generate experiences. I guess you could say a little bit like Mario Maker, where it's like it's not like a Mario game with a story, but people are making the game for other people to kind of experience. But these are dope. The fact that you can make a genre like any genre, the fact that there's like first person shooters and there's platformers, there's like that car, so a racing game. I guess Little Big Planet is also kind of like this, another Sony PlayStation type game. This is crazy. I guess this is basically like someone wanted to make Helldivers. Like something else I guess is Forge mode in Halo, like the Halo games. I'm like a fan of the Halo games. So yeah, have been making crazy stuff in Dreams. I don't think it's available for the PlayStation 5. Um if not, it really should be because that'd be super dope. Um but yeah, that's the only game I could think of. And again, like the term game is really subjective. It depends on the person. Because like it's more of like here's like a framework. It's almost like a game engine, but it's just yeah, Roblox, you're right. Roblox lets you make user content. Um, I'm thinking I've never made content for Roblox. I've never actually even played Roblox. Of like you still have to make the objects in like external tools. Like there's like I was doing like Blender tutorials and stuff for making some of the art for this game, and one of the things was like here's how you make a tree look really pretty in Roblox. But they were using Blender and then importing it. And I guess that's what I'm doing here. I make all me and the artist and the art team are making these this in Blender is our primary 3D workflow, and then texturing and stuff, and then putting it in the game. Uh, you're gonna see me doing a lot of that basically for the rest of the time. It's not gonna be playing the game. Um, I guess maybe I'll contact my programmer about the sort of save data causing a crash at the start of the game. Um, I'm not really sure why that would be happening. But here's a tree. Uh, in the future, I'll have it be green. I'll have it be so you could paint it. There's probably an element of the game where you make an object and then you post process it. Where it's like, oh, I want to kind of delete some of the parts that stick out or whatever, and so we'll give you access to basically like a sander, and you'll be able to like sand down rough edges, and then maybe paint it if you want to paint it after the fact. That's something that we haven't explored yet feature-wise, but that's something that we'll keep in mind. This is Groot. I'm gonna name we're gonna name this Groot. But we're gonna name it not the MCU's Groot. We're gonna name this our own Groot. Groot with 2 U's. There you go. See, now Disney has no problems with this tree being named Groot. This is actually really good. My handwriting, my printer writing is getting better. Groot. I don't know if that needs to have an umlaut over it, the 2 dots. Or that would be Groot. That'd be Groot. This is Groot. Don't come after me, Disney, please. Yeah, don't come after me, Disney, because I'm not doing anything that infringes your copyright. So, yeah, the sandbox mode lets you create a beautiful tree. If I had access to different colors and stuff like that, you could even like make the stump and the roots brown, and even leaves green. And yeah, and then maybe you could put this in the world. Like you could place this as a piece of furniture in your own home. That could be one of the big uses for sandbox mode. You could gift it to people, and maybe we could use some parameter like, oh, what's their favorite color? And maybe there's a way for us to analyze the form to see if it meets like a certain parameter. Like maybe some characters are very minimalist, so something this complex would be like they wouldn't like it as much. Whereas if they you notice like in their home or their tastes, it's like, oh, they really like simple stuff. Like if we could figure out how to delineate, this has a lot of separate parts. Whereas if I made a giant cube or something like that, it would be kind of simpler. Stuff like that. There's no way to save this, but I guess I could just, I don't know, just screenshot it or something. So that's Groot the tree. There. I'll look at it in the VOD. I'm surprised that actually looks like a tree. I was afraid I was gonna make something that looked inappropriate. As soon as I said I have to draw a stump, and it was gonna be a vertical cylinder in this game, I was like, I better be careful. All right. So that's the game. Let's quit it to the main menu. So we have the credits here. This is I'm Tyler. Tevom, you knew me as Texas Games, but this is me doxing myself, I guess. I'm Tyler Pham. Please don't actually like harass me or anything. I'd be really upset. But those are the people that we have as kind of the core team, and then other people that we'll call on later, they'll be added into the credits. That probably needs some work. That's like, I don't know how many people actually like look at credits in a game. Thanks for showing me the game, especially the name. Yeah. So I'm gonna now, basically for the next 2 weeks, like we're gonna see me put stuff into the game, but it's gonna be a lot slower. Just a heads up. You know, game development ain't fast in any sense of the word. So yeah, let me quit out here. I'm actually not going to be touching the engine too much for this stuff. Mainly when I implement art and when I implement my artist's art. But that's probably going to have to be on hold a little bit because our storage server is probably offline. So let me actually take a look at that. Let me go back to webcam view so I could view the Discord without leaks. Yeah. Oh, we have our first bit of art from our artist here. So actually, I could do a bit of art implementation straight away. Uploaded a simple scene. Can be updated easily. For now, it'll function for our needs. The objects are separate from the room, including things. Yeah. So I had a really early sketch. I could open this in a browser. And I could show you guys. Oops, it opened in like with the stream dashboard. Oh no, don't look. Oh wait, I'm not showing my screen yet. Ha. Outsmarted my computer from trying to ruin my stream. All right, let me bring this up to here, and then I can share the screen. So this is my. Oh, we're getting an ad. We're getting an ad. Take a look at the art. You got 4 seconds before the ad takes it over. I'm not a good artist. I didn't go to school for art. I wasn't even much of a kid that would like doodle and sketch in school. So a lot of the art, if I've had to do any of it, I've had to figure it out. So don't tease me for my poor drawing skills. This is why I have artists, and also like don't tease me for my terrible programming skills. This is why I have programmers. um, oh, for some reason the YouTube chat needs me to sign in. I mean, I don't think anybody's watching this on YouTube right now. I don't even know how to get people to watch a a YouTube live stream. Let me make sure I get this signed in really quick to make sure that I'm actually seeing stuff. How do I? Sorry, 1 second. The ad's happening. It's perfect timing again. Let me get this unlocked here. Gonna go here, go here. YouTube live streaming is just weird, man. I guess there are some limits for ads. I don't get all of them. Ask neutral consistency. I can't. Yeah, the ad takes a second. I'm just trying to run enough so that there's no pre-roll ad. So what YouTube does is like if you don't run ads on a timer, you get the ad that happens right when you start watching somebody. Um, and that is like I don't know, that's really annoying. It's like people are gonna come to this channel, they're gonna have never seen me before, and the first thing they get hit is with like 2 or 3 ads, like the pre-rolls. If I run these ads every I think 3 ads per hour or something like that, it goes away. So they'll see the content, and then when the ad rolls in for everybody, they get the ad with everybody. um I'll probably find a way to actually put Twitch chat and YouTube chat in at least to this window on the right and left side, for when ads, it just becomes like a chatting moment. Back to the art. So this is basically a block out. This was not meant to be final or anything like that. Obviously, we don't need the art to be super detailed in the scope of 3D or 2D like this, like a painting, because it's going to be done in 3D anyways. I guess if I was a better art director, I would make like a concept art, and then that gets us like more consistent tone and quality and stuff like that. But this is more like a layout. It's almost like architecture, right? So this is like what we call demo room. It's the room that the demo takes place in. It's like, oh, there's going to be a table in the middle here. There's going to be a shelf. We're going to put some things on the shelf. What else? We have a bulletin board. Maybe the player could go there and get their quests or something. A little water wheel, again, like a cool source of like powering the energy of the workshop. Goes into like a little koi pond. Um, and yeah, the 3D printer, which is going to be massive, right? This isn't like a real life size 3D printer that prints little small, like smaller handheld objects. I guess like if you go to the commercial world, the 3D prints are bigger. um and then there's going to be an outdoor and stuff. This is an extra room. It's not going to be available in the demo, so I actually just said like, hey, let's hold off on the art on the right side. That extra room, that'll be for the full game. So not too worried about that. But this I just like drew up on my iPad while I was doing some other work. And now we're going to try and put a version of this into the game. So let me grab the asset here from my team. And let me see here. Let's see. I guess let me see where they shared that. Oh, he must have shared it on our storage server. It must have gone back online. That's going to be moved to my place so that it's more stable. So let me check the storage server really quick. How am I gonna get over there? Let me just do that here. So give me a second. I guess this is why game development streams could be a little bit dry, is because I can't always share literally everything all the time. Like for fear of, I guess, security stuff. But let me pull this from the storage server and see if I can download it. The storage server lives at my friend's house right now because my friend actually owns the server. He's just letting me borrow storage off of it. But he's gonna put it at my place where I have much more stable internet. So this is because it's a little bit janky to be distributing files on something like Google Drive, which is like usually a subscription for the amount of storage we'd probably want. Um, let's see, that'll be here. Oh, look at all this stuff. Is this all the stuff that I did? Okay, level C. Okay, here it is. So I should be able to download this and then drag it into the engine, and then I could show you guys what it looks like in engine. Really quickly. Okay, I'm glad that opens up there. Let me make sure I get back to OBS. I think I could show my screen now. So, oh, let me just double check one more time to make sure. I think the browser's asking for something here. What is that browser? Which browser is that? Oh, it's right here. Is there a confirmation? Oh, it's just downloading. Okay, it's slow. Give it a second. It's gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be a little bit. Yeah, so my friend who owns the storage server, he's staying at his parents' place right now. And they live in a more rural area with not not a lot of very good internet service providers over there. So the upload download speed is like really slow compared to me. I live in a city, so the internet infrastructure is a little bit more modernized. So this download's gonna take 5 minutes for a 94 megabyte file. And that's gonna change. I think he's actually planning on bringing it over today. I'll just message him right now. The same guy is actually might be helping me out on the music side of things, which is gonna be next week, music and sound. So this week, art, all me fighting with Blender, trying to make something usable, talking with my artists who are gonna make art much better than me, getting stuff into the game, kind of tackling things one room at a time. And then they'll probably continue that into next week, but then I will brush off the old MIDI keyboard and open up Reaper and actually just get a soundtrack for the demo. Not going to be many songs, not going to be many sound effects, but I know that it takes a while for me to like figure out how to make good music for something like this. And also it's going to be interactive music, right? It's going to kind of react to the game to kind of improve the way that it feels and stuff like that, give it that little bit of polish. So yeah, just something like that. Let me double check. My sister just had her first baby, so I'm an uncle now, and she's sending the family group chat tons of like really cute pictures. Congratulations. So I'm seeing those notifications. But let me message my friend. Oh, the download failed. Oh my gosh, that's how slow that internet is? Did I actually disconnect from the server during that download? That's crazy. It said download failed. I think it timed out. Let's delete that and try the new download. I'm just gonna try and download it again. See what happens. Let me see now. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna check in with my friend to see, because then if he's showing up like during this stream for future streams, try to silence Discord pings. Oh, I think I could do that right now. There's a streamer mode. I just have it turned off. My bad. I know it's probably triggering everybody. They're like, oh, what's going on Discord? Streamer mode, notifications here. Here we go. Disable sound effects. My bad. Here we go. I think the reason why I do that is because I have like stream mode on all the time, and so I just re-enabled them. When I turn on OBS, it's going to stream mode automatically. Yeah, I like manually re-enabled sounds from Discord for streamer mode. I didn't know OBS would automatically turn on streamer mode though. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's the same on Linux. I'm on Linux like full time now. Checking in on whether you're still down to bring the NAS over today. Of my artists are beginning to upload assets are having issues keeping a stable connection. I'm having issues keeping a stable connection to the storage server. And that's not my friend's fault. It's just like that's just what's happening. Oh, dang, it's just not working. Okay, so I'm gonna pivot. And I'm going to work on primarily art that goes on in the sort of promotional material of the game. That was already going to be the case because I'm already like announcing stuff. I'm linking the game, and it feels kind of just weird and a little bit janky to promote this game and send people to a website that's just not finished yet. I don't know. I personally just want to have like that nice layer of polish. So let me go to the website. I could show you the website. It's already publicly available. I can't link it on the YouTube channel because the YouTube channel for Team Applesauce, which is the game company, the indie studio, it's called Team Applesauce. The YouTube channel is like still super new, so YouTube flags it as like, nope, you're still too suspicious. You could be a bot account, you could be a spam account, so you have to, you know, upload a certain amount of time to be verified. I guess there's a way for me to verify by like literally like sending them a photo of my driver's license, but I had to do it on my phone, and it was like super bugged out. So I'm just gonna wait till it gets verified naturally. So I'm going to change this background to something that's more up to date. That will be probably in-game sort of screenshot. This is, you could tell this is super old. From what you saw from the demo room we have here. So let me load this guy up. So the demo room that we have here versus what you see in the here. I guess you can look at the background. Very different looking. The Apple in my company name is a Linux diss towards Apple. It's actually not. It's actually not. It's it has like a weird past. It's not anything super serious, and it's the people that I work with that are like the current artists and programmers, we were named Team Apples for like a game jam. And when we decided to like start taking this like beyond game jams and say like, hey, like let's do something more like let's like make a full game, not something that's going to be a short little game jam type thing, where like I'll just call it Team Applesauce. It was like literally just like an offhanded joke. So that's how we came up with the name. I guess it kind of is like similar, like some other studios are named after some sort of fruit or food item. The one I could think of off the top of my head is Team Cherry, the people who made Hollow Knight and are working on Hollow Knight Silk Song. actually the layout of this website. I kind of looked at their website and I saw what they were doing to keep things nice and simple and clean, and kind of took inspiration. As you can say, I stole the layout, but I remade the layout just in Squarespace for my own stuff. Um, so that's kind of where this like idea of the official website just being like a blog, catalog of games, and then an about page with like the team's info. Um, do they really work on it? I think SoClan has an announcement date. If I just Google Hollow Knight Silk Song, I think there's an official announcement date. It's been in development for a long time, but I mean, to be announced, not quite yet. But this page had like they announced another trailer or something at like the Game Awards or something not too long ago. But it looks like it's making a lot of good progress. Um, I mean, this like trailer has like gameplay and a bunch of other screenshots. And the game looks beautiful. I gotta finish Hollow Knight, so maybe at some point I'll stream to hold myself accountable to actually beating Hollow Knight. We expect Hollow Knight to release date. Oh, is this a, am I literally not reading like the place where it says? Um, Fall 2025. Yeah, they did announce it for 2023 initially. Um, Still hard to work on the game. Yeah, they're just taking their time. Let them cook. Um, I mean, it'll be worth the wait. Oops, I am getting a call. Give me 1 second. Okay. Apologies for that. That was actually a phone call related to the storage server. Um, so that's either going to be coming in today or tomorrow. So, like I said, just to kind of reiterate, was we have this self-hosted server that we're going to be distributing like art assets, sound, probably even hosting the repo for the project at some point. And it's hosted currently at a friend's place, but they live in a rural area. Their internet connection isn't very stable, so it's kind of tough to like get art assets distributed when the download's failing because the internet connection's a little bit wonk. But they're planning on bringing it over to my place because they're going to be traveling anyways, and they wanted it in a place where somebody could kind of oversee it as an admin. So yeah, that's what's happening. Um, so yeah, apologies for the wait for the pause. We're just like talking about random game development stuff. I'm excited for Hollow Knight Silksong, even though I haven't finished Hollow Knight at all. It's such a fun game though. So we're gonna focus on the website actually. So let me bring up my browser here. Lairbylairgame.com. Um, that's where this website's going to be. And I'm going to put together some screenshots. I guess I could do that in Engine. I could put together a scene and instance some stuff. So what I could do is just like build some promo environments. So let me close some of these other scenes. Make a new 3D scene. And I could just instance something like the 3D printer, right? I could hide some of this like placeholder text. There's the label for the extruder that doesn't need to be there, the label for the gantry, and then the label for the print bed. Oops, I just made that whole thing invisible, and I'm also not sharing the screen properly. Print label. And where's that little goal waypoint? I'll just get rid of that waypoint as well. Where did we put that? Can I just click on it and find in the tree? Parking. It could just be gone for now. What else can I do? I could instance the tutorial 4 area. I wonder if I could just do the environment. So maybe I'll instance this demo room area. That might be a good idea. Save as... Instead of making like an instance that I'll have to like reorganize, I'm just gonna copy and paste those into here. So those are like the walls and the floor. It's more of their collision meshes than anything. Let me get this guy. Throw him over here. And there are actual walls and floors. Oh, that's the room. So that must be just the collision boxes. And then here's like a bunch of the other things. I heard they won't have 3D printers in Silksong, so I'm not sure it's worth waiting for. You know what? We actually don't know that. We actually do not know that. You can't say that for sure. You have to have some sort of inside connection to the Team Cherry. Are you a spy? Are you a planted spy for Team Cherry or in Team Cherry? Because that would be crazy. Let's look at these walls. There's the doors, the windows. All this obviously is changing according to the little block out that I did. This is supposed to be some sort of screen. Waterway. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we gotta figure out a water shader. I just want these walls, bro. Cube. Wait, this whole thing is the walls? Yeah, those are the walls. Okay. You're gonna live in here as well. Um, they paid me so much to spy on your progress, they weren't able to release the game on time. Dude, that's cold. Um, that looks so empty. I think I'm gonna actually replace this with an outdoor thing. So if I open up Oreo 4 and copy and paste. These trees look so ugly, but this is going to be a placeholder image that when we get better art, I'll fill this stuff in. But let me just grab all of the foliage, all of the corn, and see what that looks like just thrown together with this stuff. I mean, these are all technically in-game assets. I don't think I'm being disingenuous with the with how the game looks. Let's get rid of the floor, and all these walls can go. You need the grass. I need the grass, bro. Okay. Is that just called floor? So this floor needs to be brought into here. That should live in foliage just because it's grass, but I guess corn also technically counts as foliage of some sort. And I don't know, I'm just gonna make this really big so that it's like an infinite floor scenario. For the sake of a screenshot. And this corn can move. Can I move the corn? These should probably be node 3Ds, so I could actually move all these in 3D space. Change type. Node 3D. Because now I can move the entire group, I'm pretty sure, like this. And then I'm going to instance. Oops. This is such a janky way of doing this. You're gonna realize that I do not do things the right way, like so fast with developing a game. This is gonna be super duper janky. This should also, all of these probably need to be node 3Ds. So that I can move groups. Change type. Node 3D. I'll do that at some point in the full game as well. So now the corn, let's move forward. 3D printer definitely is getting squished here. And I think the camera angle is going to live like this. But like cropped in. I'll probably have to change the field of view. Because now you see the corn, you see the 3D printer, you see a landscape. So let me add, I don't know, I'm just going to rename this like promo art 1. Back in my days, I was making some RPG Maker game project, and I put so much effort and code in the first couple of minutes of game that I burned out pretty quickly. Yeah, that's easy. It happens easily. It does. I mean, at the beginning of the stream, I opened up the Godot editor and little ads thing. I'll just talk through the ads. There's like a bunch of projects that I thought I could put together, and you know, like a little bit of like the Dunning-Kruger effect. You don't know what you don't know, like and that could make you overconfident, like being like, oh, I could do that. That sounds pretty easy. And so you try it, and then you work on it, and either you hit a roadblock pretty early on, or I don't know, for some reason it's really easy to just stall out on projects. So now I'm wondering, how could I add something that makes sense for the game? The characters probably. Yeah, let's add the characters. Player. I'll just instance the actual player in full. You're just gonna live here. And you're gonna smile at the camera. It's gonna be creepy with those glowing eyes of yours. I'll probably have to add a light to light their face more evenly. Then where's GG? Oh, are they just called NPC still? Oh, I don't know what NPC 1 joined means. Yeah, you guys are gonna look at the it's like you're posing for a picture. I'm like posing these people for a little picture, for a little screenshot. How do I move the camera down? Oh, it's the E and Q keys? Okay. Like that. There's no... I want that sun to be behind them. And then I want lights in front of them. Environment. There's a sky here. With the sun. Is that actually going to change where the sun lives? Can I edit this? I don't know why you're not letting me edit that. That looks like that should be draggable. What's going on here? Is it because it's not localized? Huh. I don't know. I guess I'm not going to worry about that right now. Now, let's add a little light. Oh, this is a child of this, and it doesn't need to be. Light, I think omni-light, omnidirectional. Just gonna throw this guy in here. Oh, okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. The fact that they just stare, like, into your soul is kind of freaky. Maybe a little higher of an angle. That light needs to be a little bit of a higher angle, too. We need a camera for this. I don't know why the camera is snapping. The game needs cows. Everyone loves cows. Everything needs to be redone. Actually, a typical publisher would say you need to add a cows DLC on launch, and the game should cost $80, and then the cows should cost another 20. There'll probably be some sort of like agricultural aspect to it. I mean, there's a lot of Stardew Valley influence in the resource harvesting for this game anyways. I mean, I don't see why not. I guess for that would make my programmers cry, because then they have to program another type of being. But we kind of do have the foundation for that. Now I gotta add, we're using Phantom Camera as an add-on, so I need you. So you're going to... Whoa, this is weird. I haven't messed with this stuff in a hot minute. Oh, you're like moving the camera to where you are. That's very strange. Do I change where the host is? I haven't used Phantom Camera in a second. I actually, yeah, it's been a long time since I've touched this stuff. Phantom Camera host. God, how do I move you? Let's see here. Phantom Camera. Oh. Well, you live there. There you go. Oh. Oh. So now I gotta reposition this. So that's gonna be what's rendered. So now you need a point like there. You move back like here. Look at you. Look how cute this is. It's like playing with like a little diorama. And actually, it's framed pretty well. Considering I actually quite literally cobbled all of this together. I need to add little hover rays for Gigi's like little hover body. And also, man, do you look greasy. The player just looks so greasy. I should change that. The player just looks so greasy. I don't know. For now, this is what could go on the website. As a placeholder, and then I'll reframe it. We need to change our shading. What I had was a self shading add-on, and it's actually not what we're really looking for. I thought it was. it really looks good on these bushes. There's like a lot of cell shading there, and these trees are obviously going to need the same thing. Um, and actually, I had a pretty easy fix for the trees, at least temporarily. Um, but let me see. Is this gonna? If I just play this scene, um, scenes, rooms. Yeah, let's just put this here. Um, is it just gonna like be a still? I guess the player has control, so I can accidentally move the player. I should probably just turn off the script. Whoa! Alrighty. Uh, that is not. That's not the thing. Um, it must be because this camera 3D is like. There's something where I'm not adding the cameras properly. Because a lot of this stuff. So yeah, what was happening? It was probably clipping into this or something weird. Um, that's very interesting. So this has to like live here. But then I have this Phantom camera and then I tell it to priority override. I mean, that's it like moves it to that spot from the front. Oh, save. Add possibility of printing NPC designs. I wonder how much power it would consume to run around with many custom designs like that. Yeah, that would probably break things. Um, that probably would. I mean, the characters are gonna be you're gonna be able to customize your character. I just like threw together this character in parts, so like the hair, the eyes, the mouth. It's gonna look like a lot like you're like a Nintendo Mii sort of deal. It's like very simple, kind of low poly. I guess not super low poly, not to where you just see like the flat faces, but you know, like very chibi-esque, like not super like detailed. Um, Mainly because I'm doing the characters and I'm not a good character artist. But secondly, like all of these, like the little hair is modular, the clothes is like in separate parts and things like that. Can't even see their little booties. If I raise the player up, you can see that they're wearing boots. Um, and so you'll probably be able to at least unlock new clothes. Um, they have their bones are sticking through. I don't know what that's all about. It's like the animation bone is like there. Um, but yeah, I'm wondering why the rendering looks so weird. Like I thought I would just be able to start this world. Um, but for some reason, the camera is really unhappy about it. Maybe I should just get rid of the phantom camera stuff for this scene since I don't need special scripting. It just plays the camera manually. What just bums me out is there's no way to preview the camera position in a very like ergonomic way. Um, like, oh, camera preview, I'll just do that. Yeah, okay, so this is like kind of the janky way to do this. Oh, that's not right. Can I transform globally or locally? Use the local transforms for you? Because now this is going to be funky. There's definitely a way to... Oh, can I? Oh, I wish I could just move the camera like from that viewpoint. I've definitely done this before where I changed the transform from global to local. Control R. Just forgot for a moment. All right, to Google it is really quick. Where is the... Oh, I'll just use this. Good up. Rotate. Local axes. This is game development. In editor though, this is asking to do it in code. Gizmo controls operate in local space mode in global mode, but clicking the local space mode button switches the gizmo to moving the body in local space. But where is that button? Local space mode. I'll just Google that. Godot local space mode. This is a Brave AI summary, whatever. So that's why probably these answers are just a little bit weird. So there's a local space mode. Forgot where it was. Transform dialog. Nope. Okay, that's the environment stuff. On the spot, this is nerve-wracking. Like pretending to know I know a lot about this engine and like pretending to be qualified. It's crazy, man. View gizmos. I feel like we're getting closer. Perspective orthogonal. So this is specifically about the viewpoint. Okay. It's 1 a.m. Tevam. All right, you're heading off. All right, it was nice having you around. I guess I'll be on every weekday, Monday through Friday, working on this and then getting this out the door before GDC. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Use local space. It's the T key. We're learning. We're making progress here. So now I could rotate this without spinning the camera around. And I can see that either the field of view needs to change or the camera distance needs to be changed. Something like that. So now if I just do this, it'll just render it. It's almost like I'm rendering a scene in Blender or something like that. And then I guess I could just take a screenshot. That's still not working. That's so weird. I mean, it's not hard crashing. The game technically still works. Oh, you know what? Maybe because these NPCs have their own like camera controls or something, that it's breaking that. Actually, all of these scripts are probably breaking these. So what I'm gonna do is actually, that makes so much sense. I'm gonna actually just make this local. All of these scripts can just go away. This might break other things, but it's gonna be local to the scene, so it doesn't really matter. Because I really just needed the mesh, and frankly, I should have just instanced the mesh anyways. Let me double check that. So these are all basically containing visual things. Make this local. There's no. That might actually have been the case, is that it was fighting these other things. Like, technically, this version of the NPC, I'm not going to be moving it in with controls. It doesn't need any sort of anything other than visual data. So I'm going to detach this script from it. Player, same thing. All I need are the meshes. Yeah, there's a phantom camera thing here. There's the animation data. I guess I could keep that in since it doesn't really matter that there's animation playing. And it has its own facial lighting. I'm just gonna detach that script, see what happens. It's all black. Oh, we're there. We're there. The lighting is poor. This is why we wanted to kind of change our sort of shading stuff. Like, it's not reflected the same way as it is in the editor. I guess I could, well, I do have the world environment imported. It should more or less look like this. So I don't actually know why. Let's check the debugger really quick. Yeah, okay, your scripts are bugging out. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, because the corn has scripts. Yeah, all these, you don't need scripts. Oops, wait. Make all these local. If I detach the script from this, it won't detach it from the scene or from the inherited scene, right? So I go here. That's still there. Okay, yeah, so I could just go back here. Yeah, that's like kind of the beauty of like the whole scenes within scenes kind of Russian doll thing. Just gets to do all that. Okay, so that's really interesting. I don't know why the game, when it actually renders in full, the game just stops lighting it the same way. Um, Maybe it has something to do with one of this. Display wireframe. No. Display lighting. That's pretty cool. That'll be helpful. Display unshaded. Oh. Okay, well, it should be normal. Um, Enable Doppler. That'll be cool for another time. We're doing sound. I don't think anything's going to move that fast. Where you need the Doppler effect. We're not doing a racing game. Not yet, at least. Let's check it out. Yeah, this looks bright. I'm not crazy. This looks brighter. This is like well lit, and the other one looks like it's in some sort of weird shadow, right? So let me. I could just make the Omni light super bright. That'll blow it out. I could add the sun to the scene. I guess maybe the skybox is only providing the ambient light, but that looks bright. Like we were talking about this problem like literally earlier last week of the world environment not really reflecting what we need. Background, sky, automatic. The sun is plenty bright. I mean, it's really huge. That's really scary. That's something out of a horror game to have the sun that big. And now it lets me edit it all of a sudden. The sun should probably be like, honestly, kind of small. That's like a cute sun. That's the angle. I'm wondering though, that's like not its position. I made, okay, if I, what was the default value for this? 1? I made this 10. But in the game, it'll render and look different. I think just the fact that it looks different makes it look weird. Whoa, okay. I mean, that doesn't look too far off. Actually, that looks spot on. Let's go back up to 1. Or back down to 1. This scene just looks darker. I'm gonna compare this. I'm gonna go and, how do I not maximize you? You look straight up different, bro. Like, there's no denying it. Don't even try and hide it. You look... There's no shadows. The shading's weird. You're shading all weird. If I... Sorry, my window manager's fighting me, because it's like... I guess I could make this a floating window. Yeah, that looks different. The sun isn't casting shadows. I wonder if it's because I need to make sure to add... This was on, the preview sun. Yeah, preview sunlight. I would like that actually be in front. Oops. Okay, so that's what needs to be added into the world environment. So, oops. So, I guess how do I alleviate this issue? Add sun to scene. Oh, that's the issue. Can I make the sun be in front of these fools? Like facing them so that they're looking into the sun? I guess it's directly overhead right now. So it needs to be at a lower angle. And then we could spin it around to be in front of them. And how high do we want the sunlight? Is it sunset? Is it sunrise? That's like right above. That's noon. You can just point their shadows away like that. Maybe like that. Okay, whew, we're learning. And then I gotta actually add this to the scene. So that's just a directional light. So I just needed to add a directional light. That's really gonna blow out the cell shading though. You can see these, the banding is very large. But yeah, that's, we're getting there. And that much more accurately reflects. So that's interesting. I gotta keep that in mind. Is that the, we've been making scenes with like the preview sun, and it's not. We got to make sure that preview sun actually gets added to the scene. Beginner mistake. Oopsies. So the nose is kind of broken on the character. That's from when I modeled it, because I'm not a good character artist. But at least that looks the way that I kind of want it to now. I wonder if there's a way to take a screenshot of gameplay now. I guess I'll just Google it. Go take screenshot. I can just like literally screenshot my desktop like with like snipping tool. But I guess that's how you get an image. I think I'm just gonna do it like that. It's gonna be compressed to hell for web anyways. So if I just straight up bring up my screenshot tool here and I just drag this across. Oh, I guess snipping tool doesn't show in OBS. Like that. Yeah, I got a screenshot. That's promo screenshot 1. I guess I should record a little GIF of the gameplay. I'm gonna close that. Actually, can I like go to the file? Oh, it's gonna open it in like a file in like a Photos app. Okay, let's not do that then. So let's put that down. Let's go to the website and just find a place for that screenshot to live. Oh, I'll have to go to the Squarespace version of the site. Hold on. I'm a web developer. I'm LARPing as a web developer because I make a website on Squarespace. Well, let me actually see the website, please. Domains, is it here? Website. Oh, okay, go to my dashboard and then go to the website. I guess I could screen share this. This is like just what Squarespace looks like. We're gonna go into the project and then we're gonna edit this. Can I like minimize you so you're not in the way? No. Oh, there you go, it goes away. Add an image. Let me go into Dolphin and pull up an image. That should be in screenshots. I'm gonna name this layer by layer web 1 or something. Can I just click and drag you into here? Heck yeah, look at that. Align, I guess all this stuff should just be aligned like that. Cool. Yeah. Fit, fill. Oh, that doesn't. Oh, I should have a corner radius saw this. Yeah, rounded corners. What is it for everything else? 12. Shape. Oh, a circle would be cute. Fill. Oh, it kind of gets rid of the radius. Wow, these are round corners. Whoa, what are these? Are some fat corners that we've rounded off here. There we go there. This one, I want round corners on you too. Gonna let me do round corners? I know that's a bit polarizing. But I don't know. I'm a fan of the round corners. Oops. Go over here. No, dang it. Clicking on the wrong buttons. Okay. Design. Give me them. Get this picture some corners. Alright. It just helps make things look cozier. I think when you're making a game that has like a cutesy style, rounded edges, round off all the corners and stuff like that, just makes it look more inviting. This might actually need to be filled. There's like this black artifact at the bottom there. It's like 1 pixel, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much now. I do fill. That looks just better. So it shows the corn, the harvesting, the resources, the printer. There'll probably be something, like in the final, I'll add some sort of mesh that looks like the printer was actually printing something. Maybe that'll be something for like the title screen of the game. Things like that. So, I mean, that's one bit of progress. I think the next one should be a GIF, and it should be of the 3D printing minigame. So I guess I'll have to record some gameplay. I sneezed. I apologize. Let's see. Get some water. Stay hydrated out there. Ads are coming. Apologies. Ads are coming. There's nothing we could do to stop it. There's actually a snooze button that I could use to stop it, but it doesn't really matter. We'll just let them roll. It's not like I'm doing anything particularly fast that you're gonna like miss out on. So I think we're good on that front. So promo art, this works. This actually does just like work. That's pretty cool. I can just assemble stuff in scene, make a little promo art scene, and just kind of stage it however I want. So that's pretty cool. Obviously, the placeholder content will need to be moved, replaced. But since I'm instancing scenes and stuff, it'll be easier. Like, that's kind of the beauty of Godot's system. So, what level? I think I should show off the cube level. Which tutorial is that? That's tutorial 2. Let me play this tutorial just to double check. It might crash. It might crash again. Something's going on with the save data stuff that's causing a crash. No, it's working. Okay, I guess I could just record it off of OBS. So I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna get rid of the square. We're just gonna speed run this stuff really quick so I can get to the good part. Ads. Okay, well, it's a good thing this is like kind of downtime stuff. Okay, oh, it's the next level. This is tutorial 3. Just making some towers here. Oh, I'll also hide the text. Oops. Okay, cool. Oh, I stuck that right in there. Okay. Okay, so tutorial 3. Let me load up tutorial 3. Rid of these. Get rid of these. Tutorial 3. And then I will, again, hide the labels. Print bed label, that could go away. That honestly needs to be saved Well, I mean that those are assets are going to be replaced entirely, so it's fine. Um, how should I do this? I guess I'll hide my webcam for now, so it's not in the way. I'll run the scene, and I have the replay buffer here. This is gonna be like, oh, it's so bare bones. That's okay. So we're gonna do the towers. Let's go over here, do the towers. Now we have to do the bridge. Maybe there should be a recording of the bridge. And I should hide the little control widget as well. I think I could do that from in the engine here. I'm gonna get rid of the HUD. I'm gonna see, is that gonna, oh, what's the HUD? I just, oh wait, what? Printer HUD. Oh, is it being manipulated by code right now? So it can't be made invisible? Does it start out invisible? That's interesting that I can't just toggle that right now. Set visibility. Yeah, something is turning it back to visible. I could turn it transparent at least. Let's take a look at that now. There you go. I mean, that works. Yeah, I'll just do that. That's one way to make it invisible, even though the code is trying to ensure that it's visible. Making the game too stable. It's like trying not to hide things that you don't need to hide. Okay, there you go. So I have the replay buffer on, so if I just hit F11, is that going to... That should save that last minute and a half. Can I do that while streaming? Replay buffer saved. Yeah, okay. It's like the OBS is like crying right now from the encoding. So I could either just grab a screenshot from that little recording bit, or I could clip it and turn it into a GIF. Okay. That there. I guess I just need to play the game kind of normally for a minute and a half, and then hit record the replay buffer. We have a bunch of GIFs of gameplay. We do have to tweak that of it being, you have to be so careful to start a bridge. Cool. All right, and then I'm going to save that into the replay buffer as well. So now I have a couple snippets of gameplay. Probably a little bit that shows the NPC talking in the demo. I'll have to like take this into Kden Live or something and flip it, crop out the desktop stuff, turn it into a GIF, make it workable. And I mean, maybe this could do with the recording. Maybe just like a smooth shot of me going chop, chop, chop. Okay, and then save that. One more bit of dialogue from Gigi. So let's head on back. I should probably turn the hood back on because is it gonna actually do that automatically? Because I modified it from remote, so maybe that doesn't actually save that. Let me double check. Okay, cool. So when I change things in remote for like temporary fixes, as soon as I reinstance the thing, it goes back to its like default state, which is kind of cool because then I can make some specific tweaks just for promo art or whatever, and not have to worry about breaking the game like irreversibly. Everything is more or less undoes itself. All right, cool. Demo room, it is. Let's check it out. There's a camera pan here. I should probably capture that. There's actually a camera move. It's pretty smooth. That's where a Phantom camera really works its magic. So this right here, this move, it could be smoother, but that's kind of like that's sort of a clippable moment there. Is that gonna replay? Yeah. Okay. Now to turn these all into GIFs. So if I go here, I guess I could just minimize this for now. Minimize that. I don't know if this is gonna launch a new project or open up like an old one. Let me go to this really quick. It's an empty project. I don't know what the other projects would have been on that, so now I got to bring in that footage. From here. Videos. I think it's actually put on my other hard drive. Yeah, oh, I have a folder specifically for layer by layer footage. That's great. That's probably more of when the game crashes and I have it recording. But I don't need audio tracks. I literally just need video tracks. So I'm gonna turn these into GIFs. These aren't gonna be videos yet. I think I hit the record button one extra time, but let me just bring all 5 of these clips in. I don't even know if Kdenlive lets you export it as a GIF. I could also use FFmpeg to just encode it as a GIF. While that's doing its stuff, I'm going to use the restroom. So a little bathroom break really quick. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. But I have this to show you guys. Actually, let me go here. I'm gonna show you guys this fella. Wait. Cat. She's like, why are you doing this to me? I'll put her on my lap. She'll be happy about that. This is Delilah. Oh, she's hungry. No, she wants to show me that her food bowl is empty. Even though it's an automatic feeder that schedules her food for her at the exact same time every day. Twice a day. What's up? You don't want to say hi to the camera? You camera shy? What's going on? Why are you camera shy? You want to come up and sit on my lap? Is this where I spend 5 minutes not actually doing work and getting you to sit on my lap? Kitty, kitty. Come here. Yeah, you want to hang out? Come up here. No? You'd rather do something else? You'd rather literally do anything else? Oh, she's about to come up here. Come on up. Come on. No, okay. You're confused. Confused kitten. As soon as I actually start wanting to put my hands on the keyboard, then she's all like, oh yeah, it's time to jump on your lap. But because I have my lap open and it's convenient for her to jump on, she's not going to want to do it. I'll pet you. There you go, kitty. Sometimes if she's hungry enough and she really wants to annoy me, she'll jump right up on the desk. And then you'll definitely see her. I think the camera, when she's on my lap, it's like below the camera. So. You're going to go up there, aren't you? Yeah, you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it. I've got a bunch of stuff on the desk. You tend to kick it around. She does want attention, though. But she doesn't want me to, like, carry her. She's not that kind of cat. Only for a little bit. She wants to hang out. She wants to be pet. But she doesn't want to be, like, swaddled. Come on up here. You're being all, like, wishy-washy about it. Come on. Why are you sniffing the air? Is it because the ventilation's on? You have the house circulation on and you're like, it's like windy in here. Come here. Yeah, you're almost there. You're so close. You got it. Come on. Come on. Told you it's gonna be 5 minutes of me not getting work done. There you go. There's a cat on my lap. We've done it, everybody. Oh, you can't see her on the camera. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of kitty on the camera. If I loaded the camera, I mean, it'd probably make me seem less short. But as soon as I sit up to get work done, then the top of my head would be cropped out. But you can see her tail. That's all. That's all. You gonna say hi to everybody? Okay, I guess we're having a cat petting break. What's up, kitty? So I think the goal of the day today is still working out some of the stuff for the storage server. So art assets are going to be put on hold of going into the game, but this type of art asset, the kind that goes into the promotional materials, are the things. So this is going to take very long. So I'll probably end the stream early, but this really does help flesh out the website a little bit more. This page specifically, this is layerbylayergame.com. Those who go there, and it'll be updated with maybe this picture, 2 GIFs, one of overworld gameplay and one of 3D printing gameplay. Probably 3D printing gameplay here, and then another block with a GIF of overworld. Just talking to NPC, literally just engaging in dialogue with the NPC. Yeah, add a block. GIF, does a GIF count as an image for Squarespace, or? I don't know. Oh gosh. Okay, the cat's gone. Okay, now I could actually get to work. I guess we could look at this in the mobile view. That looks good. That actually, I was afraid that was gonna look weird. The text coming out there is a little bit strange. Maybe I shouldn't let that happen. But oh shoot, I should probably, yeah, okay. I need a reminder. Like, hey, you're looking at your screen, but you're not showing it. This is the mobile view of Squarespace. If I'm ever stuck on the webcam and talking about something like else that's not just whatever's on the webcam, that's that's me being dumb. We're gonna switch over to the screen share. Oh, the background needs to be changed too, so I need a screenshot of the demo room, at least in its current state. We're gonna get some art in. I'll probably be tomorrow, and then that could be its sort of final state. Let's see here. This view looks pretty darn good. I do like the rounded corners. I wonder if I could pre-design these to have those. Yeah. Put these on content fill. I hope GIFs count as images. I mean, it's not going to be super inconvenient to just do that. So let me look at this now. I guess I could compile this into like a compilation of a few GIFs of different types of gameplay. This is where I was figuring out how to minimize or shrink the HUD. This is all technical stuff. So let's skip forward here. Literally like the last like 5 seconds of this. So the endpoint there. Out point there. Video only. Back here. So now when we see in the preview, that's kind of what we're gonna see gameplay wise. Is that. And then I'm also going to crop out the desktop in this. So let's add a little bit of a transform effect. This is my way of like that's an easy way to crop it, just to zoom it in a little bit. I don't know, 115. That should be enough. Oh, there's a little bit of a pause there. So I want it to actually go from here. Actually, cut that clip down to here. I wonder if I should cut it even further. It is going to be a short GIF, so it's going to be like kind of hit by hit. Something like this. Also going to save this project before I forget and like mess it up. So if I go to media, layer by layer, and call this promo GIF printer. Save that there so I don't forget. So that's one snippet. Let's look at this snippet. Oh, where's the cube snippet? That's not real. Okay, there's the cube, there's bridge. Which one's this one? Is this the same one that I already did? So let's look at this. Is this the same as well? I must have hit record twice in like quick succession, so I'm just gonna ignore the fact that there's duplicates. Okay, that could be the first bit there. That looked pretty good. That's pretty fast, too. Something right here. Just the square. I'm gonna show, this is gonna be a cut of like every step of this one. Oh, let's look at it in the actual. This is also gonna be super compressed. Probably gonna run at like 15 frames per second for it to be a GIF. Okay. This needs that same cropping. Yeah, this is really blurry in the editor because I'm pretty sure it just generated proxy footage to make editing faster. So okay, so now let's get the next bit in there. Something like that. Okay, so showing the one of the towers being built. Okay, we're basically doing like a montage of how to build this cube. Same thing for you. You need that same. Oops, that's the wrong effect. I don't want to color grade this right now. I don't think it'll really need to be. And then the last step is like the roof of the cube or whatever. So let's go to here. Pretend we did all the four corners. That's kind of implied. We're telling a story here. I did a pretty good job with that cube. Okay, let's put the endpoint here. Yeah, okay, let's go. So not used to Kid in Live. I should probably get DaVinci Resolve again. But this is nice and lightweight. Okay. I was totally like, the mouse sensitivity is too low or something because I need to make that mouse move smoother. I think I'm just gonna cut this section with the mouse panning really like jerkily. This part right there. Right there. How do I cut? Cut. Oops. Cut right there and then delete. And just shrink this empty space. Maybe I should do a fade transition. Yeah. There needs to be some sort of fade transition. How do I do that between these two clips? Oh, wipe, composite, and transform. Let's just go into the effects. Effects, there's a fade transition. Fade in, fade out. Crossfade. Oh, that's for audio. These are audio effects, but I need video effects. Crossfade, is that what it'd be called? Huh. Show all video effects. Let's double check. These are, I don't know if it'll show the deprecated ones. Maybe a fade in and a fade out. Oh, but that applies to both of them. There's a way to just like crossfade between two clips, I'm pretty sure. And I'm just forgetting. Any Caden Live experts out there? Remember? To Google it is. Getting ads in a second. Figure this out during ads. Place videos you want to fade between each other on different tracks, and there's a little handle you can drag down to crossfade between them. So put you on a different track like this, and then... Oh, well, yeah, that's just... Sure. It's a little bit janky, but it should work. I should probably do that with the rest as well, frankly. So move you up here. Did something like this. And makes this clip just on the whole like a lot shorter. So I'm cutting into it. Whoa, these fades are happening way too fast now. I'm just doing this by feel when usually I would time it out. So I'm just doing this really quickly. That is so smooth. Okay. Should I have been doing that with the rest of these? Same thing here. I'm going to cut out and do a fade in between. This is why I wanted effect, because now that I'm going to be changing the order of this, it's going to look funky. Something like that. And there's a way to cut this. Yeah. Oh, it's Control R. Wait, it says cut, click Shift R, not Control R. Delete. There's a way to like delete and also push like ripple delete, right? Oh, I think I have to go into ripple mode. Right? No? When I backspace this, there's no ripple delete. I should like get better at these tools. Okay, let's just go back. And go back to Google, because I might as well just learn that. Ripple delete. Boom. Shift X. Let's give it a try. Shift X. Did that do that, or did that kill a bunch of other things? It did it for the in out. So if I actually did this, and I Shift X here, so it's for the is that the transition? Wait, what was that? I hit the U key and then it. Oh, that's how you do it. The crossfade. That's the crossfade. I was looking for that. I was looking for you, and I found you. You've appeared. Okay. Time to do this and not have to do this on separate tracks, because that's really annoying when the track order starts shifting around. These guys need to be like here. Need to be here. So now I can make all these like really smooth. So if I go here and I just... Now we're learning. Look at us learning how to use tools. Gonna be a YouTuber in no time. Yeah, check that out. Okay. And it's like just about like I'm just gonna go with the default length. I know I could probably make the timing crisper, but it's gonna be a GIF and it's gonna loop anyways. So maybe I should have it try and loop back into the first clip, so it's not super jarring. So if I say control drag, let's hit alt drag. There's a way to grab a copy of this. Oh, that wasn't the right thing. Shift drag. Okay, is it just copy and paste? I'll just do a copy and paste. So now, and then make this really, really short. If I looped this, I wonder if there's a way I could really make that loop crispy. Actually, I think there is a way. It's actually to make sure that this starts before and ends at that point in time. Yeah, that's how you do a loop right there. Okay, let's just delete this video track. This is extra. Get this in an out point. It's fading into black. It should be fading into... Oh, there's like a weird black frame there. What's going on with you? What are you doing? Why are you like that? Okay, I'll just trim that few frames where that black frame appeared. Save this. Project. Render. As a high quality GIF. Yes, they do have it here. Okay, cool. I wonder if a high, like there's no audio, obviously. I wonder what frame rate it's gonna render this at. Is it gonna be like an actual 60 frames per second GIF? I've never seen that. But I mean, if it is, like, whatever. Let me find a place for this to live. Yeah, let's just do that. And let's just see if Squarespace will just take the file as is. It's a 21-second high quality GIF, apparently. So let's just see what happens. I think Caden Live gets mad when I do this without an audio track. I think it'll fail. Maybe not. Oh, it seems to be working. Okay, I think I've had a bug sometimes where like it's like I disable audio and it won't let me render because it doesn't know what audio to select when it's none. But maybe that got fixed. So we'll see. Water time. I can't believe I found that crossfade transition by just accidentally hitting the U key. That's wild. That's crazy. Alright, it's rendered. Where is the website? Oh, I gotta go to the Squarespace. Squarespace. Is that the Squarespace? Is on here as well. Close this. I'll just minimize this for now because I'm gonna need to use Hidden Live again. Where did Squarespace go? Are you here? Yeah, you're here now. You're here and I can't click on this tab for some reason. Hello? Control tab is gonna let me get to other places. Let's just try that again. Let me see if I need to log in or anything. Nope. Okay. That was weird. Just Zen just locked up on me. I will now. I guess I could close the main site. Being in Squarespace, it's fine. But I do need to bring this over to the right workspace. So promo GIF printer GIF should just work. Is that just gonna work? Does that count as a video or does that count as a thing? Let me take a look at it here. Ah, the file's too large. Oh, it's humongous. It's 350 megabytes. Yeah. Okay. Let's export a version that isn't humongo. Is there a way for me to control that? Like the bitrate? Run a project, but like not extreme. Non-extreme. Encoder speed? All this stuff is decided. Like it's all locked down. Image sequence. I could maybe do it this way. Oh. High quality GIF, no audio. Rescale. Oh, I could rescale it to a lower resolution. Can I also... Because this is 720p, so this would be half resolution. Can I also export it at a different frame rate? I'm wondering. Just the interpolation. I don't know if these settings affect file size dramatically. The encoder would. I know if I made the encoding really slow, it would compress it a lot more. So I'm wondering what that's all about. I could also just make it a video that loops, I guess. Just like a WebM. Let's just give it a try. Let's just try it out. Find out. It does make sense that this is a huge file size. It's like a long GIF, so I guess I could go to try and re-encode it with FFmpeg. Because it's 60 frames. I wish there was a way for... I'll look that up while this is rendering. Kden live export GIF at different frame rate. See what people say. Kden live allows exporting video GIFs but has limitations on the frame rate. Lower frame rate than desired, blah, blah, blah. Command line, adjust the frame rate using tools like FFmpeg. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, well, this is probably almost done. So let's look at the file size here. It's still like 4 times more. But I think I know the command that we gotta do. So let me delete this because that's a 90 megabyte GIF and nobody wants to deal with a 90 megabyte GIF. I think the argument here, if I could add my own arguments, I can't. If I can't do the script. Oh, I could generate the script and then change the arguments there. Oops. Default. No overlay. Let's see. I'm gonna look up the FFmpeg. Take frame rate versus R. Yeah, I was wondering what that argument is. So if I did -R to like 12 frames per second or something. Let's generate the script. And then I guess I have to edit this script now. Where is the script living in here? But where's the actual file for this script? I did significantly. I could make it even lower quality, but I probably should keep it at that same quality and just change the frame rate because it's 60 frames per second. Ain't nobody expecting a GIF to run at 60 frames per second. So I'm wondering where that MLT script is. Is that not one of these files? No, this is like the footage. There's another capture from a long time ago. If I hit generate script, I don't even know where it saves the script. Yeah, it's not in there. Hardware accelerated. Oh. The Ken Bank stuff, okay. Maybe I should just try a regular GIF, not a high quality one. Let's try it full res and see if, because it was high quality, that it would be crazy. Just give it a try, I guess. And then we'll just take a look at the file size and see if it's better that way. It'll probably still be huge. I don't know what the difference between a high quality GIF and just a GIF is, so. Oh. If I do this though, then it should be easy to do the same thing for the other GIFs. Anybody triggered by the way I say GIF? Like the peanut butter. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, it's the same between high quality is 350 megabytes. Okay, so can I I guess maybe a WebM would be better. And then I'll just make those videos in Squarespace. So what is this? Generic for web. Let's make this a WebM with no audio. And that will probably be much more efficient. And then I could also like not have to worry about compression as much. Let's give this a try. But if the limit's 20 megabytes, that's like totally achievable with video formats. So like the encoding time might be longer, but whatever. We've got all day to encode videos. It's a 20-second video. It says it's only going to take 1:25, so we just have to sit here. We're just sitting here waiting. I can exit this terminal. All right, it's time for everybody to check their phones, including me. Check your notifications, swipe through them, dismiss all the ones that are not helpful. Almost done. All right, you guys are all through your notifications. You guys got your fix. All right. Locked the phone. We're locked in. That's 5 megabytes. Check that out. That's doable. Oh, it's like, sorry, my window manager's tiling it. Yeah, I don't know why is it a weird aspect ratio? I don't remember editing it in that aspect ratio. What happened? Wait a second, what happened? Hello? Okay. Oh, it made it square. No. My bad. My bad. That was weird. I guess I accidentally scrolled down and I hit that. I hit this dialogue on the scroll down. Okay, well, let's do this again. But if it's that much smaller, then I guess I'm not going to make these GIFs. I'm going to make them WebMs, and hopefully I could get Squarespace to automatically loop them. I guess maybe Square would be for the better. That way it also appears a little bit better on mobile. But I didn't edit for Square, so I wasn't sure. I'm not sure where it's going to crop out. So I'm just going to do this at like a traditional landscape until we get there. So yeah. We're going to wait here again. And I just got a notification, so I'm going to check that. I'm going to swipe it because it's not really important right now. And then this is going to take another minute 9. So yeah, I think honestly, I think the internet isn't built to be using GIFs anymore. I think for the Steam page, I will need to, but I'll have this way figured out. I probably won't like need to figure it out for the first time anymore by that point. And maybe Steam will have more generous file size limits for GIFs, since they know that they just kind of are an inflated file type. But if that's the case, then I'll just export them, or I'll try and encode them at a lower frame rate, like 15 frames per second or something like that. When it comes to a GIF, like you could get away with like it being like even as low as 12 frames per second, honestly. So, you know, that's just what happens. Alrighty. The render is complete. And I'm sitting in my chair all wrong. Sit up, but I don't have the backrest up to me. Alright, posture check, everybody. Alright, let's take a look. 9 megabytes. Okay, now let's go to Squarespace and see if it'll be happy. This needs to be replaced by a video, though. I'm guessing. A video block goes here. Oh, and you're mad. You want to be a certain size. I want to not have you be hogging up all the space, bro. Let's see if I can just drag you onto here. Can we just drag you? Seems like you could be dragged. Oh, is it like uploading? Did I just like upload it twice? Oh, you're looking for MP4 videos? Do you guys don't support WebMs? Oh, there you go. Okay, it found it. We found out what was going on here. I guess I could Google this just to double check. Space WebM. Alright, there's a forum here that's talking about it. Okay, they have autoplay and loop at least, but maybe this has to be an MP4. Okay, we're doing this again. We're doing this as MP4. We're just gonna live the MP4 life. I just thought that compressing it to something like that would be a bit much, a bit overkill for 20 seconds of footage. Let's compress the heck out of this. Let's see, video. That's all not square. We're living the MP4 life, even though this file name is exporting to a GIF type format. Let's see what happens. All right, it's about the same in time time for rendering. It's no big deal. I should have another little sub window when I'm doing 3D printing. That's like, instead of my webcam view, it's just the 3D printer. That'd be fun. I always thought about just having a live stream of just like, watch my 3D printer while I'm out. It's like, you could see it going. There's probably people already doing that, honestly. Boom. All right. This should be here now. Add a video. And I just do the drag. Oh, this is even smaller. Wow, MP4s have come a long way. Wait, why are you? Let me do this. Hold on. It's mad, but it'll be better. Just give it a second to upload all 2.6 megabytes. Hopefully this isn't like a pain in the butt process. If I refresh, if I save, will that... Is that gonna break it? 2.6 megabytes should not have taken that long. So let's double check this. Huh. That is like just a bog standard MP4. It's also weird that it was enforcing a weird ratio. Like, what if I did upload a square footage? Would it still play it, but it would pillar box it? Like, I don't understand there. I don't know what's going on there. Can I make this rounded corners as well? Oh. This might take a second. I guess player controls, I should add like a pause. I always don't like it when a video just plays and you just can't do anything about it. But also, maybe I should have put this in like the upload library for Squarespace first. Because it's throwing a fit right now. It's so mad. I like broke Squarespace so much. I'm too impatient. Okay, there is a assets folder. And this has all of the things. This should also contain the video files, right? So if I made a folder called images, I put all of these guys into images. Like all these are image. Oh, I could multi-select these. And then I'll make another folder for logos. Logos. Oh, these were checked off. You should also go in images. Oh, is it still not doing these even though they're multi-selected? That's strange. And then these could go in specific like logos stuff because it's probably going to be used a lot in different places. Move all of them. Move all of them. What? What's the point of the checkbox then, my guy? Alright, I guess we're just going to be doing this. We're just going to be clicking. We're just going to be clicking because I can't be asked to do anything else. And then videos. In here, upload files. Printer promo GIF, open. Yeah, see, that's not taking a long time at all. Okay, I don't know. Is this going to be an infinite looping death thing? I wonder if it's doing some sort of weird scanning. I wonder if they're scraping it for AI, for their AI art. So if I click on this, it's gonna show me the task. It's like, all right, we're waiting. Oh, my webcam's in the way. You guys didn't see what I clicked on. I popped up this, so this is just working. It's just doing its thing. So we're just gonna wait. Actually, just like, I don't know what, it's processing a 2 megabyte file. I don't know if that's particularly good or bad. It's a good thing there's an ad playing, because we're just chilling. We're just here. We just exist here. Oh, ad started in a minute. So let's see if this could... What's faster? Loading up the ad? Is it because I'm streaming? Oh, it could be because I'm encoding stuff. I'm dropping frames as well. When I'm doing all this content on the web. I wonder if that's going to cause the webcam to stutter a little bit. Seems like that's fine. Like shaking my desk. Seems like that's fine. I wonder when those drop frames are happening. But it's doing its thing, I guess. CPU's not overworked. I'm still holding 60. Maybe it's just dropping frames because there's not a lot of motion going on right now. Pages. I did want to change some stuff stylistically on this. But I'm going to edit this. I'm just going to delete this video block. I think it's causing issues. I'll put it back when the asset library has its thing back. Let me save this. This probably should... Yeah, so it's done saving. But what's going on with Squarespace and videos? What's going on, Squarespace? Let's go back to the assets and see if it's... it's still underneath the portrait. Like I'm still seeing that little waiting symbol and the upload, like not finishing up. Is it like transcoding it for mobile as well? That seems like this shouldn't be taking this long. The file is very small. Such a small file, 2.6 megabytes? I guess like a decade ago that would have been a huge file, but little 720p 60 file not working out. I'm afraid to like refresh. 30 minutes of free uploaded video storage. Seems like it's 0, considering I don't have anything up here. So that's just how it's going to be for a second. We're just going to wait. I hope this is the exciting stream content everyone's been waiting for. Is a 2.6 megabyte file struggles to upload while Twitch streaming. What am I at? 4,700 kilobits per second. That's not even like my full upload bandwidth. Yeah, I shouldn't be bandwidth capped. It's not. That ain't nothing. So, like, I'm afraid to refresh. I'm afraid it's gonna break it even more. But I feel like it's broken already. Yeah, see, it's like, hey, like, you're gonna break it. Stop it. Alright, Google time, Squarespace, slow video upload. Video gallery slow loading. Video slow on website. Video freezing on upload. It's like all these forums of people that are angry. I mean, it's not YouTube, so it's like they're not going to have the same infrastructure for handling the probably massive amounts of video content that they get. But I mean, this is... I think it's broken. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think Squarespace is is unresponsive right now. So what's going on here? I'm gonna refresh. I'm just gonna leave page. It's gonna cancel that upload hopefully. Maybe I crashed all of Squarespace. Maybe Squarespace is just down. Let's try it again. It supports GIFs. Well, I mean, but the GIFs are too big, I guess. It's like loading here. You can see that circle on the bottom right. And then it goes into this weird limbo state where it doesn't know what to do. So, like, I feel like the upload already happened. It's just not showing up here. If I go to the page, maybe I could find in the library of this. If I just edit, and then I add a video block. Add a block of a video. I don't know, you get to be the video. From library. Yeah, it's here. Alright. I guess maybe it's because I uploaded, it uploaded the first one and it broke. So, it's here now, so whatever. Mute, autoplay, loop. You get some controls. Just enough to pause it. I mean, if the website's really loading that slowly for you. Oh, cool, I get to resize this block a little bit better now. Can I move you so that you cover that weird gap that's showing up? Maybe the controls show up under that gap, that's why. That's nice and crisp. If I look at this on mobile, it'll probably trim it. But then you don't get to have the rounded corners on the video. And now it looks weird. That's as small as I could get that. If I go to desktop, it's gonna mess up the formatting on this one now. No, it's okay, it's still fine. It's all good, it's all good. All good. Okay, whew! We're learning. We're learning and we're getting things done. Isn't that just wonderful? Let me check the looping on this. Also, let me save this. I guess what I have to do is I have to like be really patient because that upload was probably the first time I uploaded it and it errored out every other time because it's like you just tried uploading the same file 3 times in a row. So we're gonna throw an error at you. So I finished that. It fades out. That does trim a couple frames, a bit of a jump there. It's okay. I'll let the person know that they're staring at the same thing over and over again. Let's add the... Gotta record the bit of... Probably gonna move this one down, and then the intro where GG says, "Welcome to the village," is gonna be right here. That makes sense. Close. New project. It's gonna be that same 72060. Yeah, save that before loading up the new one. Is this gonna keep the old window open? Is there 2 Caden Lives living here now? No. Okay. I just need one video track. Then my files were on this workspace. It's on my second monitor, so sometimes it looks like I'm panning around for no reason. Where's the demo room bit? Is this it? Huh. Just showing, yeah, so I had reloaded. When did I record this? Oh, okay. That's the end of that. All right. Just you. This is like literally going to be the shortest MP4 ever. Squarespace throws a fit about this. We're in trouble. Oh, there's also the resource harvesting as well. That'll have to be exported as a little other bit. Let's find the frame. Okay. Give it 1 second. Make that the end. Yeah, and then make that the out point. Just this. It's literally just that. Just saying welcome to the village. And you're going to be rendered as an MP4. There's no audio. And then, yeah, just straight up rendering this. The title is, welcome loop.mp4. That's going to not go there, though. That's going to go into here. Oh, also, I'm going to save this project just in case. Let's see. Welcome loop. Now I'm going to render. And this should really tie up some of the kind of cleanup I wanted to do with this. Oh, okay, let's transcode it. Yeah. Forgot, I closed that window. That was the, hey, your format is weird. OBS recorded your MP4 weird. Would you like to make your MP4 not weird? Cool. Let's do that. Now let's render it. Let's see. I didn't set the encoding speed to be its slowest, which adds the most compression. So this is actually probably going to be a larger file. The welcome loop. Where are you? Oh, did I render you in the wrong spot? Where did I render you? Oh, you ended up in the wrong videos folder. Oopsies. Okay. That's fine. We'll just cut and paste you into the right one. Back to Squarespace. Let's not do this through the block. Let's do this through the asset library. So that I could kind of see it and let it kind of do its thing. Hey, it's gonna do this. It's gonna spin. I don't know if it's gonna error out because I errored out last time and it still worked. Ah, look at success. This is the way to do it to make Squarespace happy, or else they'll come to your house and beat you up. So let's see. Oh yeah, so I wanted to move this down since, all right, we're doing this now. I can't scroll and move this, apparently. I could drop it and then go down further. Oh, maybe I should make this the background, since the background is literally like alpha version art. But it's got a lot of really contrasty lines that'll probably make it hard to read the text. So I'd have to like blur it or something. Honestly, that needs to be replaced with a still image of something else. But I want to add a video block here. I'm gonna live here. There's no way I can make you shorter? I thought there was. Okay. Well, shoot, I have to move all this other stuff down, don't I? Now we all have to be scooted down. There. You have to be scooted down. Can I scoot you like like the other one? Is there actually a space for you to go up one, but like not be lame? Okay, it'll probably change when I add the video to it. Add a video from the library. Welcome loop. Ah, there's a duplicate here some. Okay, I did upload it twice, and that's why I did it out. There's gonna be like 4 of those showing up now. We have to delete them. Mute, autoplay, loop, minimal controls. And now that the aspect ratio of the video is like normalized, we can move these guys back up so that there's no crazy weird margin. Oh, I forgot to crop it. Oh my goodness, I'm so dumb. It's showing my desktop on it. Okay, well, that's a problem. Oh. Okay. Let's, it's a good thing I still have the editor up. All I have to do is zoom this bad boy in by 15%, and then let's render you like better this time. Yeah, I'm gonna overwrite you. And then I'm going to delete these assets need to get deleted. And by the time I delete that, these are done. So now upload the version that actually makes sense. All right, this is a lot. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, okay, it broke the video because I deleted it. Select another one. Replace it from library. Mute, autoplay, loop, minimal controls. Yeah, this is like showing more of what the game's gonna show. Maybe there's room for one more GIF of us actually farming. Because I do have that in a clip. So I'm just gonna do it in this project because I'm pretty sure this is already here. Yeah. Where is the part where I was farming? Oh, it just shows great job. Shoot, did I? Oh, it's here. It's here. Is this it? Oh, this is the duplicate. It's one of these. Can I get bigger thumbnails here? Okay, for now, I'm going to well, it's gotta be one of these clips, I'm pretty sure has it, so. Yeah. Nah, okay. I will work on that some other time. But this is already so much better. The last thing I want to change here is the background. The background of this page is really weird. Let me also double check what this looks like on mobile. That's in a different order. Why is that in a different order? You need to be down here. I guess I should move all this stuff up before I just move that down. little margin. You get a margin. Everybody, I can't believe it's not butter. That's how much margin we have here today. Yeah, it's okay to have mobile content just be spaced out more like this. This should definitely be at like the very top though. Why are these so inconsistent amongst themselves with these blocks? Why don't they make it so that the height above there, I don't know, it's confusing. That's confusing that 16:9 videos are not just treated like normal. Okay, next is the background picture. I said in here, no. Edit section, there's a background, and this background is this image, and oh, is that like some, no. Let's remove it for now. Maybe I should have it be blank. Maybe it shouldn't be another picture of the game. It's kind of nice like this. On mobile, it'll look even cleaner. Yeah, it helps with readability. I don't know if I should just change the color of that. Let me also... This does not need to be this big. And this has more room to fit in here. Ooh, I like this. Having that background was probably because I didn't have so much art of the game that it felt empty, but now it doesn't, so... I could close this up. Oh, look at that. So can I do the same down here? Can I make this wider? It feels so weird that it's so wide. Maybe this will help with some of the weird margining issues I've been having. I could actually just set these up on each other like this. Yeah, okay, I think there was just some stuff I had configured that just felt weird. They're just weird choices. Still wish I could round the edges even on a video. But alas, I cannot. And then there'll be a link to like the Steam store page. It's probably instead of this picture. It'll probably be a little embed. Or it'll probably be above this picture actually. Can I make, this is so wide. Oh, I can close it out now. I want to edit fill screen, yeah. Line to the top maybe. Oh, there's like the shape and all that stuff. Thickness. If I change this value, what's gonna happen? Squarespace. Oh, okay, that's the minimum height. What is it? Fill screen is on, so like if I turn it off. Wait, it wasn't? That feels like it's more filling. I don't know. It's still not wide, but I mean... It's weird. Okay, that's weird because it's like pressing up against the top. Just needs a little bit. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand. I guess I could... Well, okay, if I want things to be wider, then I would just do this, right? For a desktop. But then that's a lot of scrolling. I think that's probably why I did it like that. So maybe I do want to keep this kind of like a scrollable, more vertically oriented page. Because otherwise it's just like well, yeah, you're looking side to side on a bigger monitor. I'm debating whether this needs to be like Oh, this could be like a banner. I can make this wide, but I'll make it tall. I wonder if that's gonna affect the quality. That already looks a bit pixelated. It's like I can't focus in on it. But if I like move the rest of y'all down and I grew that, it would probably help with the scaling a little bit. Okay, too wide, too wide. We're learning. We're learning how design works. Just want it to look right, you know? Now I don't even see the rounded corner, so maybe I should just get rid of that. These are huge now. Oh. Oh, not sure about that. Maybe I could shrink it to where I could find a version of this that's... Actually, I could do like a side-by-side video and text thing. That'd be fun. Yeah, that sounds like fun. So if I did this... First of all, you're gonna go back to being... that. We're having fun here now. We're having fun designing a website. Who knew designing a website could be so fun? Get over here and get you over here. Look at, we're making the user look around different parts of the screen. I could kind of justify this in the center here. Now this video will be on the opposite side, so they're playing like a little bit of peekaboo here. Okay, I do want these to look the same dimensions wise, so you should be centered here. Like that. Here we go. That also helps with the aspect ratio, I think. Yeah. Oh. Oh. We're getting places. Getting places. We're really... And it's more compact vertically, too, when I do it like this, which is kind of saves against... Something about Squarespace sites is sometimes people make you scroll. And that's, like, not cool. I'm not here, like... You know, I just... Like, they'll make you scroll to get by one image. There'll be one image on the homepage, and it'll have an animation as it scrolls down. And unless you're on a touchscreen where you could just swipe it, it doesn't work. It's like, I've never found that to really be, like, appealing. Okay, now we could get this guy back up here. Kind of toy with the dimensions of that to make that more. And then, just get rid of the round corners. We're not seeing them. I hate these gaps. These gaps between these are a little bit... I probably will add a... Overlap them? Oh, I don't know. It's like between a rock and a hard place with those gaps right there. Maybe they're small enough that only I will notice. For some reason, it only just bothers me. I could add a width margin like that. I'll need to add more text. Maybe it'll be like a wishlist on Steam now. But the fact that this web page isn't just like an endless list of stuff to scroll through, it's just like, here it is. It's like more like an actual page. It's not a scroll. It's not like in medieval, like just unfurls like a CVS receipt. It's more looking like a web page. This text maybe needs to be bigger though. Maybe it needs to span without a margin. It's kind of got its own built-in margin anyways. Same thing here. Maybe not the same thing here. These blocks of text are like serve very different purposes. So when this one is like this, it looks weird because the formatting is funky. I wonder if I could actually center justify this. Well, that's on a horizontal. Yeah, making it a block is better. But I was talking about vertical alignment actually. And like without you like encroaching on their space like that. That was pretty rude. Like that. And then this one, yeah, I guess actually both of them should probably behave in that same vein where they're both, oh, okay. Something like that. There you go. It kind of helps space things out. Let's save those before I break them anymore. But the videos seem to be looping pretty well. I was afraid, I wanted to be a GIF because sometimes, I don't know, videos can, I don't know, you can get buffering and whatnot. But I mean, I guess if the GIF was so much larger of a file format, then it would have caused more overhead. And it seems like the modern web, like I said earlier, is just built different. It's just built to handle these videos and be able to stream them in like willy-nilly, no problem. So yeah, okay, that really sums up like getting some things done, and then more things are gonna get done as we go along throughout the week. Mainly, I think we have a holdup with our storage server not being completely reliable in terms of connectivity right now. So getting game assets in is going to be a bit of a journey, and that might take time. But I really did want to make sure that some of this kind of non like out external to the game presentation stuff is just better. Um, and doing it on stream is like helping me keep myself accountable and really kind of ups the standard on how this is going to be looking. So happy with that. And that's basically all the time I have for getting this done today. And that's a perfect time because it's an ad break, so I could close up the stream as we wait for the ads and kind of talk about what's to come. These same assets will probably be repurposed to at least get something to Steam for Steam Storepage, so that could be properly published. I think it does a good job of like kind of meeting their guidelines of reflecting gameplay. Obviously, this stuff needs to be updated over time, but this is like half of what's needed. Is actually a couple videos and pictures. The rest is like library type assets, like the pictures that show up when you have the game in your library and whatnot. So that's also going to be a lot of work in terms of art that needs to be made outside of the game itself. But I could probably mock up something like this, and get the ball rolling on that as well. Because I think what's going to be really would be a real W for me is just getting a Steam store page where people can wishlist a game. They'll be able to get a hold of a demo. Everyone will have like an easy way to do that. I'll be able to hand out these QR code little business cards that I 3D printed. Oops, let me go to webcam view. Right there, it just leads to the site that I was just working on, right? At GDC, and then there'll be a Steam store page listing embedded into the website, and so they could use, go into this, go into the store page. If they really want to, they could sign up for the newsletter. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever like intentionally signed up for an email newsletter for a game. I probably should, because it helps people making games get a better view of like who wants to play it, and like be able to ensure like a gauge out their level of success and stuff like that for planning. But that's all I have time for. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. We'll keep on going at it. Here's the amount of work that we got today. This is looking way better than what I initially had. I guess maybe if there's anything, there's no dark mode that I can think of for this website. So this will be a bit bright for those who are going to be visiting this website like in the middle of the night. So I apologize for that. You'll have to like invert your screen colors or something like that. I know iPhones do that natively. I'm going to save these changes. And there we go. That's today's stream. Thank you guys so much. I'll be on about the same time for the same duration for the rest of these next 2 weeks on the weekdays. Alrighty, goodbye.